You're live. Oh, wait.
My thing says we're streaming live.
I
There.
think we are too.
You're
yeah.
now streaming live.
Okay, thank you. Kayla, I believe you've got that underway. That's perfect. All right, so members of council, I have everyone present here. We have our staff joining us as well. So I want to welcome everyone to our Monday, July the 27th, 2020 council meeting here at the Township of Clearview. We are, of course, doing this all by Zoom, which is the procedures that we are having to work through. And so Kayla was, if you saw her there a minute ago, she was just helping us get us back online for a live broadcast. So I think we are on YouTube as we speak. So that's good to hear. Of course, our clerk is here, Madam Clerk Pam Fettis, as well as our CAO and members of our staff are available to join us. So for the benefit of the public, we did proceed with a closed session at 4 p.m. today, and we concluded that session. And so now we're picking up our agenda at item number 2, which is the approval of the agenda. And so we'll get moving on with our agenda. It's quite extensive at times. Recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Clearview hereby approve the agenda dated July 27, 2020 as presented. A mover and a seconder first. I see the request. Please stand by. Mr. Broderick and Councillor Deneen will be the mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Burton, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to make an amendment to the agenda that the 3 items on the agenda referring to speeding, there's 3 separate motions. I make the recommendation that they be deferred until we receive the results from our traffic study report that is being done, that is being initiated. We're investing the money into it. I think we should hold off making decisions on these speeding zones. While I appreciate speeding as a problem and everything else, I still think we should wait till we get that report in before we make recommendations.
All right, so while it's very acceptable to do that in this procedure, it is unusual before we approve the agenda to actually have a motion. So I think we need to get to the motion, and then if I may, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask you to entertain bringing that forward immediately after the agenda has been adopted. That way the agenda, in fact, includes the motions that you're asking to defer. Does that make sense?
You're the chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we should receive the agenda. If there's any amendments to the agenda, and then we'll make the motion that Deputy Mayor is recommending. And I appreciate that. Mr. Patterson, would you have anything to speak on that, or is that just you were wishing to speak? I saw your acknowledgement there.
Just like to acknowledge what the people want to talk about, and we follow procedure.
Okay, well, it would be my interpretation that we need to have an agenda before we can make motions to defer items. So let's get an agenda approved, and then we can make amendments if that's fair, as in making a motion to defer any motions that are on there. Okay, everybody comfortable with that recommendation? I don't see any objections, so I'm going to call the motion to adopt the agenda. All those in favor? And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, as I stated earlier, I'd like to put forth the motion to defer the 3 speeding issues. While I appreciate speeding is a huge problem and we need to deal with it, and it's enforcement of these speeding issues is a problem. We're paying money to have this traffic study done, which will be including speed recommendations, etc., which will be included in the report. So I think for us to pass those resolutions would be sort of predetermining what the results are going to be even before we get the report.
All right, so I accept that you've made a motion. I will ask for a seconder, and then I accept that Councillor Patterson would like to speak. Are you seconding the motion, Councillor Patterson?
No.
Not? I'm looking for a seconder then. Is there a seconder on the motion? Councillor Broderick, sorry, Councillor Deneen. Your 2 faces just moved on my screen as I said that, so you know. So Councillor Deneen has seconded the motion. I'll defer to Councillor Patterson, who has his request to speak. Any other members with requests to speak, as I'll mark you down on list. Deneen, Lamers, and Leishman. Go ahead, Mr. Patterson.
So I'm not exactly sure why the motion is brought forward. I did hear that it is recognized that it is a concern of our residents. And it's, in my mind, it's a safety concern, and it's about danger on a road. And I appreciate the fact that we should have good policy to address these issues. We do not. What we have is a process to develop the policy, which won't yield the results that will give us the kind of framework I believe the motion is looking for until 2021. I've heard spring of 2021. At that point, we will go through the same kind of discussion as we could have tonight in terms of exercising our good judgment as a council and providing some information to staff on just what we hope the comprehensive traffic management study will provide for all of Clearview. As we've done in many cases, we address safety issues when they occur at this council. That's the job of in our role of councilor that we do well. We don't defer until a committee gets together and puts together a year from now, excuse me, 9 months or a year from now, a policy that addresses that. In fact, we experience rate our judgment by saying, okay, that's the way we did it before. So the motion, I'll speak to just my motion, but I'm sure it applies to the other two motions that are asking for speed reductions. It is an opportunity for us to exercise some judgment here, not only to get us ready for the recommendation from the staff when it comes to us 9 months to a year from now, but also to inform the terms of reference that is important to be developed soon so that the engineer that we hired, who's going to analyze the data, knows exactly what we're looking for and the kinds of safety measures we want to deploy now that the road uses are now changing and maturing, and perhaps made some of our road designs and traffic management outdated. So I think on a procedural matter, I think it's only common respect, given that all of these councillors have brought forward motions that involve the diligent work of residents. These aren't done on our own initiative. This is done, in my case, it's done by some 50, let's say 45 to 50 people that are anxious to hear what council can do about safety on Fairgrounds Road. It's common respect. If someone wants to entertain an amendment motion once it's on the floor, then of course it'll be based on the facts that are presented, not only to us as a council, and not only to the people that may be watching, but in future, some people that will review this video and say, how could they ignore a safety issue when they're waiting for a policy? I personally would have a tough time answering that question.
Appreciate your comments, Councillor Patterson. Thank you. I have Councillor Deneen, Lamers, Leishman, and I see McKechnie. Go ahead, Councillor Deneen.
I don't want to in any way take away from people that have put forth their comments and their concerns on this. I just believe that this is it's completely a Clearview issue everywhere. We all have them. And each time that we bring one forward, yes, it's good to go through everyone's concerns. I'd like to see them put together in a report of some sort, as opposed to dealing with each one individually, because I could address 3 within my ward right now that have been issues previously over the years. And people would love to have those things resolved. And it was when I was out campaigning, I was getting all this. And I'd just like to see it kind of put together in a report by all of us, and maybe put together for the time when the consultants come together with their report and do comparisons and ask at that point that every concern be addressed. I just would like to see it all done at once. And if they can speed up the issue of the report, it would be great. But there again, they said they're doing it over 2 seasons. They're doing it over the summer and they're doing it over the winter as well. And I'd like to see those reports. I know speeding is an issue everywhere. Even in Wasaga Beach, you see that constantly. It's a concern. And people are just in a hurry to get where they're going, and especially to come up here. And we happen to be a neighboring community for Collingwood and Wasaga Beach. And it's just an issue, and we need to deal with it all at once. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen, for your comments. Councillor Lamers is next, Leishman, and then McKechnie. Go ahead, Lamers. Councillor Lamers. There you are.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, a lot of the traffic study that they're doing is doing it on a lot of our major roads. They're not doing it on all our roads. They can't afford to. It's good. It'll take them 5 years to do them all. So a lot of our roads are spread out so much that we have to do these one by one.
All right. Did you have a question there, or is just a statement, Councillor? I didn't catch your question. Okay.
Just a statement. We have to do these one by one. We can't lump them all together and say this road, these roads are all the same. Every road is different in everyone's territory.
Thank you. I concur. Thank you very much. Councillor Leishman is next, then McKechnie. Anybody else? Thank you. Councillor Leishman.
Thank you. I wonder if we could, when I talked to Mr. Perot today, he mentioned that they'll be looking at changing the speeds or changing speed limits if they have to in urban areas. Excuse me. I wonder if we could add some rural roads, as in particular the 3 that these gentlemen are asking for, and add them to the study so that we can actually have a better idea of what we're thinking of. I mean, I appreciate the fact that they're listening to the citizens. I appreciate the fact that they want to help them out and lower the speed. And I know these roads, and I understand why you're asking them. I think signage would be a really good idea, especially on concession 6 near that church. But I think there's other things that have to be done. I think our signage especially has to be upgraded. We do not have enough signs. We do not have enough caution signs. I know everybody thinks it's pollution and everything else, but you know what? I see them in other districts and I read them. I do what they tell me to do. If they tell me to slow down, I will. If they tell me to watch for a hill, I will. So those are things we don't have and we need. They should be in the study as well. But I really would like to add, and I don't know whether we need a motion for this, but I'd like to add the 2-3 side road, the concession 6 and fairgrounds, please. How do we do this?
I believe the concession 6 and fairgrounds are in the 2 motions that we're discussing. The 2-3, are you speaking of the?
I'm speaking of the motion that John put forward.
Oh, so that'd be the 12-13. 12-13.
Yes,
Right.
they
Okay.
were the three roads that they discussed. Now I have roads too that are speeding roads, but I want to know what's happening on these roads because these are very similar to my roads.
All right. Thank you very much.
Would be my suggestion. And this is $50,000 we're spending on this study. I think we need to actually take notice of that. Thank you.
All right. I have McKechnie and then Deputy Mayor Burton again. Anybody else? And I recognize Dan Perot has joined us. He's our Deputy Director of Public Works. So Dan, if there's any direct questions, we'll certainly draw upon your skills to help us out here. Oh, I see Councillor Walker as well. Thank you. Mr. McKechnie, you're next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I can't support the motion to defer. Obviously, I've got the motion on the table here for the speed limit reduction on the 6th concession. First of all, the traffic management study, I believe it's $30,000 or maybe $35,000, and that's coming out of the gas tax. So it's not, I don't think it's directly out of the taxpayer's pocket, but I could be wrong there. And anyway, it's, but basically I talked to the residents on the 6th concession in the area of the church. And I told them, I said, look, and I told them this a while ago, this is not just in the last couple of days. I told them this a while ago. I said, we've got a traffic management study being done. I said, there is a good possibility that someone may ask that this motion be deferred until after the traffic management study is completed. And so their response to me was, this has been an ongoing problem there for 2, 3, 4 years. Certainly in my, the whole of my term, it's been a problem. And they wanted me to try and, they didn't agree with a deferral if it come up, and sure enough, it has come up. So anyway, I will not support the deferral. I'm going to listen to my residents, and hopefully we can go forward with the motion. And if we can't, well, so be it. But I'm sorry, Barry, but I can't support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification, since Dan Perot is there. Dan, what's the budget and cost that we're looking at for the study that's we're talking about?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to council. Yeah, I believe the Councillor McKechnie is correct. It was, I think it's about $35,000 for the report, plus the data collection, I think was another 10 or 15,000. So for the 2 periods of collection. So we did one in June. As council recall, there was a request also tried to do something in the winter time for the people that travel through our community to go to ski hills and winter sport areas. So we're going to shoot for November-ish. It's a little bit more difficult to collect data like that in the winter. So we may not get all of it, but we'll just have to pick our timing on that specifically. So I think there's a report portion of it and then a data collection portion.
All right, that helps me and helps Councillor McKechnie clarify your comments there. Deputy Mayor Burton and then Walker. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I stand by the motion to defer, and I certainly understand, the concerns of our residents, and I more than anybody have put more motions forward for stop signs and speed reduction and that. But it's always said we're making political decisions without the data or the information to support them. And I've heard our staff say that to us. I've heard other members of council say that. So we implemented the motion to have this traffic study done. This traffic study is to include recommendations for speed reductions, for everything else. For us to, passing these prior to having that information, I'm going to make an educated decision. I want that information in front of me, as well as the data, both of which we need. So when we're making these decisions, we're making, informed decisions instead of just, because it's speeding is a problem. And to quote Councillor Walker, if it doesn't matter because we can't enforce it, we can't enforce it, changing the speed limits will not change anything because we can't enforce it. So excuse me if I quoted you wrong, Councillor Walker, but that's basically took the words out of your mouth that you always say. And yeah, so I really believe that we just need to wait and let's see what this information, and then let's act appropriately.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And we are going to Councillor Walker next. So we'll hear some fresh quotes from Councillor Walker. And I know Councillor Patterson, I recognize you. Go ahead, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, you're right, Deputy Mayor. There's 3 things to do with speeding. There's the signage, which we control. There's the enforcement, which we don't control. And there's the person behind the steering wheel that we don't control. So we only control 1/3 of an equation to make things safe. So we need to, I talked to Councillor Patterson with regards to Fairgrounds Road and potential temporary solutions possibly. And reviewing today the other areas that have come forward in our public participation. I see that it's not only our main arteries that we're having issues, it's a lot of our secondary roads we're having issues with as well. So I think that we really need to wait for this study to see what the generalization is for all of Clearview. If you're going to add roads, please add Centerline to the equation, because Centerline's a terrible racetrack, as well as I'm sure the 4th is, and I'm sure the 6th is, and the 10th concession. If you want to add our north roads, there's our 4 main north roads that we control that we have issues on. So I would like to see us wait till we have all of the information, and then we can work together on solutions. And I've just been reading lately about what we call a speed shelf, and I don't know whether others have or not. It's a elongated speed bump. It's about 8 to 10 feet in length. Instead of a bump, it's a speed shelf, and it does the same effect. According to them, it doesn't affect the snow plowing very much, but Dan, you might be able to add more to that. I'm not so sure on that because I don't drive a plow, so I can't tell you whether it affects the snow plowing or not. But there are other options there. And I think we need to wait and see what all those options are before we move forward and put in temporary solutions and then remove them, because our study didn't indicate that's the way we should go, or we give false hope that we're doing something and then turn around and pull it back afterwards. So I don't want to get into that type of a program at all.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Walker. In regards to if Mr. Perot is there, he can comment on it. I just want to remind council, we're talking about the motion from the deputy mayor to defer. So some of these details that could be used as traffic calming or influencing drivers as far as their behavior are actually for the debate we have when we actually make the motion. Mr. Perot, do you have any comment?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify a point that I made earlier. I was corrected by our treasurer that Councillor McKechnie is correct. It was $35,000 in total for this report, data collection and the report preparation itself. So I just wanted to make sure that I got that clarified for council.
All right, thank you very much for that. And thank you to our treasurer, who is not on the screen, but is certainly joining us here as a resource here at the council meeting tonight. I have Patterson and then Burton again. And I am looking, is there any further? Because I would like to make some comments and we'll get moving. Mr. Burton, or Patterson, please go ahead. Your microphone is muted there, Councillor Patterson.
A couple of clarifications. So I appreciate the points that are being made, by the way, of our councillors. They've identified areas that haven't come to council to date. They're probably there because they're longstanding concerns. I'm sure there's going to be some residents that hear this conversation and are going to ask that and highlight some of the dangers that they have. Not all roads are the same, not just designed the same. Their use, and there's changes that are made. And someone made the point that it may be quite a while, 5 years, they said, before we get to all the problem areas. All right. What I've heard is a collection of possible ideas that councillors should have. Staff is listening. This kind of conversation should be done in the context of a specific area that we have, because it offers an opportunity how we might be applying the policy when it comes to us, and first of all, to approve the recommendations, and then having to make our decisions under the auspices of that policy. That is a year away. I don't know how it looks that we're not responsive to some of the known issues. I think maybe a little bit by happenstance, but certainly on our part, on Fairgrounds Road, with a lot of due diligence and work, we're not just guessing at what could work. And that includes discussion I've had with the OPP. Those discussions were not definitive for for the simple reason that they respect the fact that this is a municipal responsibility. However, they took no issue with the discussions that we had to try to make our roads safer, given that they were designed for one purpose and now they're being used for another. So why would this council not want to have this discussion that's on the table today, okay, tonight, to address those issues? If you support what's being done, why wouldn't you act on it? Those are questions we're going to have to answer. If you're against, then vote accordingly, but in the context of what the people are asking for tonight. What I don't understand the wait and see attitude we have, where we don't take it on other things. So I would appreciate if we at least had these three put together at the same time in the section of the agenda that makes sense, so that we're not jumping through the agenda. And then we have a fulsome discussion. I mean, we're going to have quite a discussion on ATVs. That is another ATV issue. Will there be someone entertaining a deferral on the ATVs? Because we don't have all the information. So, and as far as getting a staff report, this is an opportunity for council to listen to staff, for staff to listen to council and see where their mind is on this. It sounds to me like council's ready to act, so why not now?
Deputy Mayor Burton, then I have some comments. Deputy Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So let me start off by saying is this council has been proactive. It was proactive enough to initiate this traffic study to be done. We were being proactive because we were aware of the ongoing speeding problems around and traffic management problems. So we have been proactive. And yes, these people have come up with an issue, but we have to look at the fact that these roads are in rural areas. They're not in the settlement areas, they're in the rural areas. And every time we start reducing speed limits on rural areas or rural roads, what happens? The traffic just shifts over to another road where they haven't been reduced. So if you reduce them on Center Line Road, then they're just going to shift over to the next. You have more traffic on the next road that is allowing 80 kilometers an hour. So that's why we need to have. It's got to be a plan rather than, and that's one of the things we've been dealing with in the past. It's like, well, the citizens want this reduced, so let's do it because that's what they want, and this is what they want, and I've been so supportive of that. But I just really want to start, making educated decisions, because I know that as soon as we reduce speed on some of these, all we're doing is shifting more traffic to another area, to another place where they can zoom through over the speed limit anyways. So, what we may be doing in a favor for some residents is going to create a problem for other residents on another road. So let's get our let's get our information, our data, before we can make a decision. And when we're hiring professionals, we've hired professional engineers to do this. We are not traffic experts. We are not. I'll be the first one to admit we are not traffic experts. And that's why we've hired experts, engineer experts, to do this.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, you've spoken several times. You wish to speak again. I see Councillor Broderick. I also wish to speak. We have lots of stuff to talk about tonight's meeting. Councillor Patterson, you're next for a short comment, please. Councillor Broderick, and then myself.
So an important point. When we talk about shifting from one street to the other, that may be right, but we don't know that. So in the fourth point on my motion is that what will happen is we will measure the effectiveness of this. Rather than wait for a year or two to get the report, we will have some experience rated information. This is recognized, this street, I'm going to say it's one of the worst, if not the worst, because I hear about it all the time. And it's here today where others aren't. So let's take the opportunity to actually test, if you like, some of the effectiveness of some of these measures. So we're going to have the same discussion in a year when the data comes, and we're going to wish we had some empirical data to say, you know what, that's a good judgment call. And we heard from our staff that it's not their preference from time to time to adjust the speed without some direction from council. And we have to give a terms of reference to that engineer. It appears that speed is not always what traffic engineers consider. And we're not just considering speed here, we're considering the environmentals of the road, the blind hills, the blind driveways, the narrow pavement, lack of shoulder. Those are things that, and the need for some people to speed and then increase risk. So speed is one way of increasing our reaction time and really responding. I can't make it much clearer, responding to a clear and present danger that we have right now.
Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is for Deputy Director Dan Perreault. And I'm just curious, out of the 3 areas in question, are any of them outside the scope of the study?
Deputy Director.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Broderick. I believe other than 1213 Side Road, because it was a gravel road, we did not collect data from that section of roadway this go around. We have our own devices that we can collect data from that section. So that was the plan moving forward. We're kind of limited to or scope down the areas of where we wanted to collect data from as far as the through road, the north-south through roads that primarily people would take to go to our neighboring municipalities north of us. So 1213 Side Road, there's only certain distance that I would travel on that road. But Councillor Patterson and Councillor McKechnie, Fairgrounds Road and 6th concession and 10th concession, Centerline Road, those roads we have plenty of data on right now.
Thank you.
If I may, Deputy Director, so you're telling me that this report, this study, does not gather data that's going to be included regarding the 1213?
Well, no, Your Worship. We will. It was overlooked, I guess, as far as the initial Ontario Traffic Incorporated scope of their study. We can certainly collect data from our devices that we have. We have a few that we can go back on or go to collect some data from it.
Okay, so you're, as I understand, then you would share the data we have with the consulting engineers that are doing the report. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So the data that was collected from 40 locations back in June, early June, that has been sent to the consulting engineers for their review, and then I asked them to point out any areas or maybe additional areas that may be required. And then when I heard about Councillor Lamer's request for 1213 Side Road, I looked back and that north-south section of road was overlooked. Just by no fault of anybody, I guess, my fault.
Okay.
But it didn't pop up as a through road where people would travel from one area to another, typically.
Right. Well, fair enough. If I may, Councillor McKechnie, I recognize you. If I may, though, I would encourage you to assure the consulting engineers that this council wishes to have the 1213, as it's been presented on our agendas and brought forward by a councillor, to be included in that. So make sure that that data is indeed shared with our consulting engineers. Mr. Perreault? Perfect. Mr. McKechnie, I wish to speak myself, but is the procedure around here. We let everybody go around and then the mayor speaks. So Mr. McKechnie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll make it brief. So I appreciate the traffic study, the work that Dan has done already. The reason why I would still like to speak tonight is because I have seen the results of that study. not the results of the study, but some of the data, I should say, that came out of it. And I do believe that speeding is an issue. And the longer we wait, the the more dangerous it becomes. The other thing too is that the data was collected in an area at a time when there wasn't a lot of traffic on the roads because of COVID-19. So, unfortunately, and I guess nothing can be done about that. We had to collect the data when we could. But it's just the roads are just getting busier and busier now that the economy is getting back up to speed. So essentially, what I'm trying to say is that the data has been collected. I've had a look at it. I feel that there's a definite traffic and speed problem on the 6th in front of the church, and that's why I'm still opposing the motion to defer. I would like to present my case tonight. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. Council, it would be my turn, and then I'm going to call the motion. First of all, I'm very pleased that council did support the fact that we're doing this traffic study. We did commit some funds to do it. Those funds do come from a couple of sources. They are tax dollars, and we're all responsible for the expenses of tax dollars. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. I must say that Councillor Patterson, I very much appreciate your report. I thought that you had some amazing details in your report regarding Fairgrounds Road. And in fact, when I read it, I smiled and celebrated the whole idea of increased signage that you recommended. And I would expect that our report that we're receiving from our consultant engineer would include information about signage. Just as in a small aside, I don't want to delay this any further. I recently took a trip up north to as far as Thunder Bay, in fact, and I was very impressed with the Trans-Canada Highway, which is not in comparison to the 1213 by any means, but impressed with the signage that is very clear along that road. Very big signs, very clear signs, and I think that some of the signage that our municipalities like ours or similar municipalities use, the smaller signage indicating the speeds or indicating slow down or any type of warning signs are, although they are officially in the traffic handbook for the municipal staff and other roads departments to use, they do have the option to use larger format signs. Across our township there, Councillor Patterson, if you were on council when we had the debate about the Poplar Side Road West, and part of that was to install the 50K signs that are enlarged. And if you take a quick drive up there, you'll see very large signs that have 50K written on them rather than the smaller version signs. So again, I was very appreciative of that. I also want to point out that Councillor Patterson, it was your motion that ended up being amended to the point that we added speed as speed reduction as one of the areas that this consultant report will bring forward. And so it would be the expectation of this council to receive that report that would have that information included in it. The other thing I want council to be cautioned about was that the report itself may not even be accepted by this council because we don't have it. We don't have all the information. Sometimes it's a routine step for us to vote in favor of simply receiving a document. If the report is not satisfactory to the type of expectations that this council have, we do not have to accept that report and we can make changes then. But the challenge here is that we do not have the information in front of us. And it's my belief that councillors need to make well-informed decisions, and we do not have all the information in front of us. And it's been said at this discussion already, and you've heard it before, that we are not traffic experts as elected councillors. We do not know what these things that we have to rely upon our experts to assist us. Certainly we hear from our residents and our citizens and our own personal experiences of driving our roads. And so I think it appropriate that the deputy mayor's motion be brought forward, and I will be in support of that motion. I've already said that I'm going to speak and or call the motion, but I will. Mr. Patterson, you've put your card up, and I'm going to be polite. Go ahead.
Thank you. These are details that should come later, but in talking with the OPP, and this is current as of this morning, we can get some incident report information. I got it. It is between the length of Fairgrounds Road almost half of the incidents are in this section that we're talking about tonight, between County Road 9 and 91.
Mhm.
So not all sections, not all roads are the same, not all sections of the road are the same. All right, and so it's for that reason that I think it's urgent that we look at some of these. And I appreciate the words you used about we need to inform them. And I'm worried about the words when you say that we might not agree with the report that's going to be coming in a year. Thus the need to make good judgment and address some of these issues now.
Thank you. Members of council, you have a motion. If I'd like to just confirm with the clerk that it would be item 11.2. I quickly checked the agenda. 11.2, item 13.1, and item 13.3 on this agenda would be deferred, is what the gist of the motion put forward by the deputy mayor. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor, you concur? Yes, thank you. All right, members of council, I'm prepared to call the motion. Oh, excuse me.
Could we read the motion, please?
The motion, Deputy Mayor or Madam Clerk, can you give us the motion, please? Madam Clerk? Oh, there you are. Hi. Popping in and out. There you go.
The motion is to defer the 3 speeding motions until the completion of the traffic management study.
Thank you. Members of council, I'm prepared to call the motion. Those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of council. Good discussion. Plenty more to come. All right. So agenda will be as amended. And page 2. Okay. Item 3 of our agenda is the disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. At this time, as it's my responsibility as mayor, under our procedural bylaw, as well as under our code of conduct, to ask if there are any members of council with a disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. And seeing none, if there is a disclosure that comes up during the meeting in regards to disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof, please bring it forward and we will deal with it at that time as the items progress. I do want to make a commentary right here about this because there's been several discussions about pecuniary interest. I wanted to point out that all members of council signed these documents or have seen these documents. This is the procedural bylaw. This one is the code of conduct for all members of council. And all members of council are very aware of what those documents are, and they're available on our website if anybody wanted to refer to them. Members of council, thank you. I have the public participation period. The public participation period for tonight is 68 items of questions that have been brought up. In fact, it now stretches into 3 pages of questions that have been brought forward. You know, it's interesting, on our regular agendas, there would be a little disclaimer on there saying that we would participate, you know, and ask the members of the public to address the mayor, and the mayor would answer the questions or ask staff to assist. There are so many on here that actually was deleted from the agenda because our deputy clerk, who puts together the agenda, you know, had to make this all fit on the page. But nevertheless, I will do my best in the time permitted to review all of these items, and I've written down a few of them that I can go through real quickly. Russell Post, regarding policing of ATV and roads, I completely agree with you. We have communicated with the OPP on many occasions about road safety and speed and illegal operators. Renee Pettigin, policing of ATVs and your driveway. My question actually to you, Renee, would be, have you contacted the OPP about trespassers? Our staff bylaw officers are not able to pull over a vehicle. The OPP have this responsibility. So if you have trespassers on your driveway, it is in your private property, you need to contact the OPP about that. Mr. Bud Witzke, who has contributed to questions here in the past and has also brought forward another good question for us tonight, Council. His question is in regards to future council meetings, including this one, I presume. My answer to him is really simple. Yes. It would be my hope that we will be able to continue to share our council meetings with the public in this format. However, this live streaming format is Zoom technology, and we may need to adjust our technology as recent media accounts of Zoom technology have brought forward some possible flaws in the technology. We need to rely upon our experts to give us some information about what technology we would do and what we would use. Something you should know, and all members of the public should know, this council approved both in the previous budget as well as this term of budget some money set aside to create a reserve for renovating our town hall council chambers. And so part of that will include live streaming and live streaming capabilities that'll be integrated into the council renovation. So that will certainly continue. And therefore, this technology or this format may change. But it would be my great hope that we will continue to have meetings held in this public manner so that we can share them with our community, our greater community. I've said it before, and I'll stand with it also, that I also believe that while this is the format that we now have available to us as a result of the directions from the province and COVID, but it's also something that I believe is not excellent in providing good governance that this council is accustomed to and this township. And so I believe that we're going to do the best we can during this COVID crisis to continue to provide governance and have this format. So thank you, Mr. Witzke, for your question. And again, back to a simple answer, it's yes. Okay, Monica Brannigan, speed on Fairgrounds Road. No doubt there are reports of speeding in every corner of Clearview Township. Thank you for mentioning the monitoring data collected. We are awaiting on the comprehensive traffic study soon, which you probably just heard us talking about. Then I have messages from Dave Galler, or Ralph Cornell, and Amina Galler, who are all opposing the decision on ATVs regarding the bylaw. Excuse me. Christopher Bernard has an ATV question. He is opposing the bylaw, but he did reference in his question snowmobiles. I'm a snowmobiler. I don't currently own a snowmobile. I have been a snowmobiler for many years, and I need to share this with you. I'm sure you already knew this, though, but sleds that are licensed, insured, and the operator is wearing a helmet, and he can legally operate on our roads in our township right now. Snowmobiles are permitted on our roads as they are. You're actually not required to have a trail permit to actually travel on the roads. It's advisable for a person who's a snowmobiler to get a trail permit, because then they access all of our beautiful trails. So just a clarification on your comment regarding ATVs, when you reference snowmobiles in there, I just want to make sure that was clear. Dennis O'Connor, ATV, opposed, and he feels they should remain status quo. Sean Thompson, also opposed. Stefan Yost, opposed. William Scott, opposed. David Anspach, in regards to the 12, okay, there's several here from the 1213 side road. David, Richard, and Karen Seville, Judy Ireland, Wendy Ireland, Deb and Ron Bagley, is that correct? Yes, Bagley. They all brought up good issues. Interesting, some of the suggestions changed from 50 kilometers to 60 kilometers in their recommendations, but that's all of the same points. You've heard the discussion. We're going to be obviously waiting to get the results of our study. And we did just confirm just a minute ago that our Deputy Director of Public Works will in fact share data about that road. So we expect that that will be covered. Mr. Bagley brought up a point though about road damage from bikes and ATVs. So I would encourage him and any member of the public that see this to please report this to the roads department if you see it, so that they can respond and repair it. If it's caused damage to the road, our roads department need to know this, and that way they can take care of it. Lawrence and Pat McCarthy also mentioned speeds. Darlene Lemon in regards to sidewalks on George Street and a tree issue on Collingwood Street in regards to no budget. Now, I'm going to ask the Deputy Director of Public Works to join me for a minute to help me with this particular question in regards to the trees. If Mr. Perot could join me, I would appreciate hearing from you or seeing you. Hello, Dan. Can you comment about trees and our tree budget? Ms. Lemon commented in her question about trees, saying there's no budget. Now, I'm confident we have budget in order to pay for trees. Can you give me your commentary on tree maintenance?
Yeah, certainly, Your Worship. Thank you. We certainly have a substantial budget, but we have a budget that would take care of boulevard trees that if they are hazardous and on municipal property, that the staff would assess them, and either if our staff are capable, we would remove them or hire a contractor.
Okay, but is it something that we regularly check for as far as trees around our township? I was thinking about the one that's actually up on the diversion road there. Councillor Deneen would know it, up near Devil's Glen.
Well, Your Worship, not necessarily as far as a proactive inspection of trees per se, but if our patrollers that are out there required to do patrolling of roads notice something that is an obvious danger of either falling on the roadway or something like that, they would definitely handle that. But mostly we rely on residents or homeowners that if they have concerns with trees on the boulevard, municipal property that would affect their property or their homes, that they would contact the municipality. And I did look up Ms. Lemon's address, and I do note that she has contacted the municipality. It was about a year ago, and I will follow up to see why nothing's been done to this point. So that is on my to-do list, that I will check up on that tree and see.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, while you're doing that, you could check on that one that I just mentioned too, that's up on the diversion road. I don't know if Councillor Deneen knows the one I'm speaking about. It's on the west side of the road, pretty close to Devil's Glen, same type of thing. Very dead tree, really hanging out over the road, something to look at. Okay, thank you. I have another page full of communications from the public, or questions from the public for question period. I'll go through these as best as I can for members of council and for the public. Kevin Elwood had a great concern about liability. I understand Mr. Elwood's concern, and I questioned our CAO about that for a quick liability discussion. And I have determined through the CAO that we don't have any concern for liability when someone leaves a public road and trespasses onto private road. So I'm not sure if I've answered that fully for you, but certainly if you wanted to engage our CAO in a conversation, he is much a better expert in regards to those things. So I would leave that in his hands if you would. Luciana Quarren, I hope I pronounced your name right, Luciana Quarren, ATVs and Clearview Roads. We appreciate that input and understand what you're saying. Deanna Delzato, and then Nadine Rolson and Jan Hazel in regards to the 1213. We've already had that discussion and also appreciate those input about speed reduction. One smaller other item from Kevin Elwood, Jackie Malosh, regarding the 1213. I think I've actually got an email from Jackie in the past about this as well. And yes, it's now being studied. Jim Campbell and Samantha Margis, Andrew Shapchik, Michael Dixon, and Janet Logan. Actually, no, we'll stop right there. So those are all, again, people that are opposing the ATV recommendation that's in front of our table tonight. We appreciate your comments. Council, there is a lot of questions here in 68 messages. Virtually impossible for me to answer all those on your behalf, but certainly we've read them and they're very detailed. A lot of questions on here. Speed on Fairgrounds Road, Janet Logan, for sure. Ted McGovern, loud useless machines. I kind of chuckled when I saw that because it's he just put it out there and that's what it says. So thank you, Ted, and appreciate you as a volunteer as well. You've helped our community out. Lori Plater, Dan Watkin, and I believe Dan's also in here a second time, Dan Watkin too. James and Connie Wright, ATV, Anne-Marie Turnbull, the Creemore Area Residents Association, a very good letter that had a lot of detailed comments in there, and a very good letter from them. Chris Dunk, ATVs on Clearview Road, Greg Young, who is also the author of the Creemore Area Residents Association letter, or his signature anyway. It was good comments there. Christopher Skelton, ATV Use, Daniel, Susan Vestovic, and Catherine. I'm not sure what Catherine From's comment really meant. I didn't make any notes on that one right there, but I'll perhaps reread that one. Again, this is now the third page of questions. Rena Barone, I answered her personally today, and I copied all members of council on her question. Nancy Faulkner. Now, Colin Mann and speeds on Fairgrounds Road South. Certainly appreciate that, and a lot of points that also Councillor Patterson has brought up. Janice Morrison, speed on Fairgrounds Road and ATV. So for sure, we're hearing from these folks. Carolyn Lane and Christopher Dodd. I appreciate those comments as well. The Toronto and North York Hunt Club ATV use. That one was interesting to me when they talked about the horses, and we do have a lot of shared trails across our township, and horses, these horses are actually on the roads, I believe, some of them. So that was an interesting comment about the horses actually being on the roads. Certainly, I've seen some horses up in the Singhampton area on the roads, but had not seen horses directly on the roads in the area that they're speaking of. But I'm sure that they're there. That's just my opinion. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure they're there. Carolyn Porter about ATV, Cheryl Reynolds, Andrew Monahan, Chris Valentine, Gary Campbell. Now, Dave Huskinson has a point about world-class shopping and dining. To answer Mr. Huskinson's question, I have actually sent a message off to our recreation staff for a little bit of clarity on that very question. When I read your question, Mr. Huskinson, it struck me that Chez Michel certainly is a world-class quality restaurant, has excellent food, and certainly brings a bit of international flavor to us, as well as some of our artists in our community who sell their artwork internationally and also have been recognized internationally and world-class. So, you know, use of the word world-class could be used in some of our promotional materials. So I expect there'll be a little bit of an information sharing on that once we hear more from that. Walter, Austin Boak, very good letter from Austin Boak. Thank you for that. Lynn Aiken, Sarah Richardson. Thank you, Sarah, for sure. Roz Campbell, another great volunteer in our community who has contributed. Susan Shapak, is that right? Paul Peru and Marie McFarland and Jim McPherson. I know Jim McPherson, and thank you very much for your comments there. MC Campbell, who is a youth in our community, thank you for your comments, and particularly about keeping our community aware of global warming issues and trying to use vehicles with less exhaust. Don McPherson, in regards to ATV use, there's a lot of questions on here. So, Council, receiving 68 messages, you know, and having to read them all, and trying to make enough notes. I mean, I have to be fair with you. I got them at noon because so many of them came in, and our deputy clerk worked diligently to get them posted on the website. That I was only able to get through the first page to actually make notes. I did read them all, but I felt I had to sort of read through many comments. So it was difficult to handle these type of questions, which further goes along with my statement that I've made earlier, and that is in regards to the way we conduct our council meetings, that this is not a comfortable way, nor is it a productive way to engage the public by receiving these in written form like this. Having a conversation in a council chamber about these issues like ATV use or speed concerns or even questions about world-class whatever, those conversations in a council chamber can be handled much easier, more efficiently, and people will understand the answers better and have an opportunity to engage in a conversation. That's what our public participation period is supposed to look like. That's what we do in our council chambers. And I've been very pleased with how we have been doing that in the past. There have been certainly council meetings that have been very disappointing that we don't have the participation that we would hope. But I don't believe that this, keyboard messaging is actually contributing to helping us. We need to actually have these meetings in person. And so this is really difficult for a council to feel as though we're getting public participation and have the procedures set up that the mayor has to answer all of these questions in this format. So I would like to ask members of council, because we're in a public participation period, and the public want to hear your comments, what you feel about the receiving 68 messages at noon on the day of the council meeting, when we literally had 3 hours and 30 minutes to review them and to be prepared to answer them prior to us going to a meeting at 4 o'clock. Members of council, any comments? Sorry, Mr. McKechnie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Personally, I don't have a problem with it. It's democracy. I know, the time limit is there's a noon cutoff. This is, as far as I'm concerned, because of the passionate issue in front of us, this is a one-off. Certainly, I don't think we need to respond to every one of them, but I think I have no problem with getting as many emails or as many comments on the agenda as possible as far as the public participation. It gives us a more rounded idea of what the public want. I mean, I know that we've been getting emails personally. I mean, you mentioned 68. I'll bet you I've looked at 300 emails on this. And, but, it gives us a more rounded consideration of what the community wants. And I don't have a problem with it, but I don't think that you as the mayor should have to stress too much about actually responding to each and every one of them. And, we read them, we say, thank you very much, and we acknowledge. And I don't think that we have to have an answer at the meeting for each and every one person. That's my opinion.
All right, I appreciate that. Councillor Patterson? Excuse me.
Yeah, that's the job we have. I mean, basically, I spent the, I guess the better part of Wednesday through to this morning, responding to questions both on speeding and in large part to because it covered all of Clearview, the ATV issue. And essentially, I would say I answered probably 95% of them. There's a way of making it efficient. I tried to have it personal point to what was being made. Many of them were looking just for general information, process-wise. Many thought that we were going to have votes specifically to allow ATVs on all our roads tonight. For example, that was a straightforward thing. I also engaged in a number of very useful discussions with people that had varying opinions. And so there's a lot of thoughtful ideas out there that influence the way that I come to these meetings. But I do think, and I made this point several times over the last week almost, is that we do have to find a way. This council needs to find a way to engage better with the public, and I welcome. I mean, this was an obvious outpouring of. I don't know if this was the right time to trigger it, because these letters now will go into abeyance if I understand how we're going to work tonight, and then they'll be called again, and hopefully we have a full public meeting on recommendations that are going to be presented towards in front of council. So hopefully we have the same energy then. I suspect we will. So no, I have no issue at all in this kinds of a thing. I appreciate you going through each one in some highlight, but actually, I don't know if anyone, including yourself, can do justice to some of the emotion that was in there. But at least we got some idea of what was going on. So bring it on. This is what we're here for.
Thank you very much. I agree completely that we do need to bring it on and we need to hear from the public. I'm actually pleased that we are. The difficulty is that, I'm looking for your comments, Council. The difficulty here is that the expectation is that each one of these would be answered at this process. And it would be very difficult to do that, given that if this was a council meeting where we were all sitting in the chambers and the microphone was out there, we would have 15 minutes and we'd have to cut them off. Now, that's according to our procedures. You have all been at council meetings with me, and perhaps Councillor Dineen, you haven't actually sat and seen it, but where we have had long discussions and I have let it stretch on and I've let people go to the mic and I want to hear their fulsome opinion. But I'm a firm believer in communication is best done face to face, where both the body language of it as well as the discussion can happen rather than statement. That's what we're doing right now. I mean, my microphone is on, your microphones are all muted, I'm speaking. And so a conversation, I think, goes a lot better than this format of answering questions that are written on all very important. And these are citizens of our township that are looking for answers. And so I find this to be very, very frustrating when you're trying to communicate, from the mayor's desk for sure, that there's no way that I can answer all these questions in a council meeting like we're doing tonight. Particularly receiving all of this information and literally having 3 hours and 30 minutes to prepare all this information. Because as you know, we amended our procedures such that the questions must be in by 12 noon. The deputy clerk, just so you're aware, and maybe members of the public are aware, received messages after the 12 o'clock cutoff time that are not included in this package. We have many more questions yet that we need to answer, and yet we are not able to do it in this format. So I appreciate hearing from people. I really do. I don't want to use the word, but I will. I apologize that I cannot answer these questions and all of this information in this format. And so it's good that we got a sense of what people are asking about, but I feel as it's much better when we do this in person. So, I think we're using all the tools we can during COVID-19 to try to communicate and try to work together and try to continue to move the municipality forward. This is the one that bothers me the most, because we cannot do this with all of these people on this type of format. We can if we were at the community center hall or the Duntroon hall or even in our chambers, but until such time as we get to that point, I don't know how governance can continue to make good decisions like this. So it's really difficult. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you. Does anybody else have any comments on this? I want to move on. I don't see any. Yes, Councillor Lamers, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody that sent their letter and notice in. A lot of the comments were quite interesting. It's hard to go through them all, but there was a lot on both sides of this yes and no. And it was very interesting and very thankful that people did submit and had an interest in all this.
Yep, I concur completely. I'm happy and pleased. So, but I'm saddened in the fact that it's difficult to, and I don't, we can't answer all these questions, but we certainly read them all, and it's a good information. So, thank you, Council. To be fair, this is the most frustrating part of being on council, is that you desperately want to hear from the public, and yet now we can't do this because of this COVID thing. So, Council, I'm turning the page. Thank you, everybody. 68 messages. I gotta say, I think that's got to be a record in our Clearview Township history. 68 messages plus. Council, item number 5 on our agenda is deputations and presentation. It's item 5.1. Chris Waldy has prepared an ATV use on Clearview Road's PowerPoint presentation that has been presented to us. Council, I'm sure you've reviewed it. I've reviewed it as well. Again, this is another part of how our deputation and presentation format of doing this meeting is frustrating, and so we can't really have these type of presentations presented to us. Maybe Madam Clerk, if you could give us an outline as to what steps we could do to ensure that deputations and presentations like this continue to be helpful to council. Madam Clerk.
Sure, Your Worship. So, you know, as we get into COVID-19 a little bit more, you know, it's not going away anytime soon. So we are going to have to adjust how we do things. And this is certainly something that we'll be looking at as well, too. In the future, we may be able to have live delegations, which is something I think will be beneficial to members of council. So we are working on that. We're talking to our colleagues in other municipalities to see how they're handling that, so that we can offer the best service possible to our residents and to members of council.
All right. All right. So we will receive his report and thank him for sending in his PowerPoint presentation. And for those that are interested in seeing it, it is available on our website as part of the agenda. So you can click on it and you can watch the presentation at your own leisure. All right, members of council, comfortable? Any questions of that? No comments? Okay. Item number 6 is our public meeting. We have no public meetings. Again, I'll just keep hammering at it. It's a difficult thing to have public meetings in this format. Approval of our minutes for our council meeting, July the 13th, 2020. Okay, item 7, recommendation be it resolved that council of the Township of Clearview hereby approve the minutes of the July 13, 2020 council meeting as presented. Mover and seconder on that. Roderick and Burton. Roderick and Deputy Mayor Burton. All right, any questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And Councillor Leishman is frozen, so I'm going to go with it. Motion carried. There it is. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not there at the meeting.
Madam, you are correct. You were not there, so I appreciate that. She's abstained then. Thank you. Thank you. Business arising from the minutes, if any. Any business from the meeting? No? Okay, no business from the meeting. Communications from the mayor. The closed session report, just a small item I'll mention from the closed session report. We did look at a piece of property, and council will be bringing forward a report. There'll be a report at the next council meeting regarding a property that we're going to be disposing of. And so that's coming forward. As well, council did hear a report from the bylaw enforcement officer about property matters and some of the enforcement actions that are underway in our township regarding property. So that's what I'll report from our closed session meeting at this time. Council, I hope you've updated your agenda, because I did add item 9.2 to the agenda. It's the Ontario Provincial Police Huronia West Detachment Traffic Enforcement Campaign. I think you've heard about this before. I wanted to make sure that it was on the agenda so people can go and review the information that's on there. Meeting with our Inspector Brown of the Huronia West OPP, he has assured me that they are doing a strict is fair campaign across Clearview Township and Springwater Township. And in fact, the detachment has added police officers to their roster for the period of this traffic work that they're doing. So it's kind of nice to get an update from the OPP that they are perhaps hearing us and hearing the residents who are complaining about traffic in our township. So that being said, there are, I believe, 4 officers that are available, 2 at a time that'll be placed into the traffic patrol system that are doing directed patrols. The report that you'll see from the OPP here is some areas in our township that have had some early directed patrols, and these are the results from the OPP from their enforcement. So that's it's good to see it. I'm glad that we have it, and it's also glad to see that it's going to be carrying on through to October. So at various times, they will be deploying these directed patrols to hotspot areas around our township that need traffic enforcement. I spoke to the inspector on the phone today and I asked him about ATV enforcement. And by the way, he interrupted my review of all of our public participation questions, and that delayed me yet again from reading every one of them or getting to all of it. So a part of that discussion though was about ATV enforcement. I asked him if that was part of the intention of the strictest fare. He said it certainly is. He also shared with me that the OPP at Huronia West actually increased their number of ATV units from 2 to 4. So they actually have 4 ATV units that respond in Springwater, Clearview, and Wasaga Beach. He did advise, however, that because of the beach, Wasaga Beach, I guess, extra stresses that they've been seeing regarding the beachfront, that many of those ATV units are being deployed right on the beach to deal with the restrictions and the COVID-19 orders from the province. So they have been out in our trails, they have been in our community, but regretfully, they have not been often enough. And so that's something he did share with me. I did invite him to come and join us at another council meeting in the future, which we could do if you needed a further update on that. Otherwise, you'll receive these type of reports as communications from the mayor on a semi-regular basis until the campaign finishes. Any questions of those 2 items? Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, yeah, thank you. I'm glad to see it here. I too had a conversation with the OPP this morning. With Staff Sergeant Derek Bell, who was
Banks, Derek Banks is his name.
So, who was with us on the 25th of May, and very informative. He mentioned the fact that there was this focus patrol. I was asking about, obviously, my interest at the time was Fairgrounds Road. There isn't one. But I'm in the process now of identifying it as one to have a focus patrol. There have been frequent calls, and they do them on a call-by-call basis. But he was willing to look at Fairgrounds Road as one to add. So I mentioned that.
Well, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments about the report? All right, I'll have a quick motion here, a simple motion to receive. So recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive the communications from the mayor for information. I have a mover and seconder, Walker and Broderick. All those in favor? And thank you very much, that's unanimous. All right, Council, we are on to county reports. And Deputy Mayor, Deputy Warden, who serves as our Deputy Warden at the County of Simcoe. We had quite a council meeting back a few days ago there, so maybe you could highlight some of the things that happened at the council meeting for County Council. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. First, my wife brought it to my attention that while we're here doing our video conferencing, that I appear to be not always paying attention, but in fact I am reading emails that are sent to me from various residents and members of our town. So I am paying attention, I am listening, just I'm trying to bounce back and forth in case it's something that's important to what we're talking to tonight. Anyways, that said, yes, at county, we've been having some very interesting meetings. Of course, we're issuing a new contract to a new provider to deal with our waste management and the process of going to bins and automated systems. So that's been of great discussion. The other thing that's of real interest to our residents, there's been a big talk of COVID and how it's affecting the economy and items like that. So County Council actually gave direction to staff to base the 2021 budget on a 0% increase, which kind of surprised me because costs are going up, are going to get greater. Our costs to cope and deal with the COVID thing has skyrocketed, and those are costs that we're not in. But we did give them direction to try to come back with a 0% increase while maintaining all our existing services. So I think that's important for taxpayers to understand that the county is working diligently, and County Council is working diligently with staff to keep our tax increases to a 0 for the county. The other thing, I had the privilege today of being at county building and raising the Simcoe Pride flag with the members of the LGBTQ community, and that was one of the pleasurable things I get to do. And of course, then the other issue has been governance, and the governance issue at county continues. As chair of the governance committee, we're still trying to sort out how we're going to get from 32 members down to 16 plus 5 regional reps, and that process and that continues, and that will have to go through a triple majority. So that means county council has to support it, all the townships have to support it, and it's got to be the majority of the electorate that are represented have supported it through their councils. So it's going to be quite the process to get it through, get the details finalized, and get it finalized and approved prior to the next upcoming election, which is in a little over 2 years. But we are diligent, we are working ahead and following through with that. And that's about it for county.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Burton. And he does, as I said, continue to serve as our deputy warden for the county of Simcoe as well. And so thank you for doing that. I just want to add to the county report about last council meeting. I mentioned to you that there was a motion regarding childcare and the very real difficulties that essential workers are having with childcare positions, securing childcare. That was brought forward at the county council table by our colleague Mayor Saunderson of the town of Collingwood. So Councillor Saunderson brought it forward. I seconded the motion, and I'm pleased to say that county council supported it unanimously. The motion was to ask our warden to write a letter to Minister Lecce, who's responsible for education at the province, as well as childcare file falls underneath him as well. So I'm glad that motion carried, and I appreciate the support from county council. Any members with questions for the deputy mayor, deputy warden, or myself? All right, seeing none, I have a motion. Recommendation be it resolved that council of the township Clearview hereby receive the county council highlights for information. Moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Broderick, and I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Yeah, and the motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, council. Item number 11 is the ward reports. We can go around the table and word, but I'm just going to follow from where I am. So, Councillor Walker, you're first, and then it'll be Deneen, Broderick, and the deputy mayor. Go ahead, Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things. Youth committee meeting on the 15th. Didn't have a whole lot to discuss, but Courtney and Felicia talked about these kits that they've got out there for the youth to keep in contact with the youth. They have 50 kits made, and as of the 15th, 37 of those kits were out in the area of Clearview, and they talked about there were youth from all areas of Clearview had participated in receiving those kits. Now some they pick up at the youth center on Monday between 9:30 and noon, and the others are delivered to the door, safe distance to the door for the youth, and the kits activities to keep the youth involved in Clearview. 70% the ages of 12 to 18, and 70% were new youth that had connected to the center through these kits. So, and you can go online, register online through the Clearview Youth Center page. I know after that there were a number of others that had gone online to join into that. So, and I believe there was a bit of a grant to help defray the expenses for that. So that's looked after, and that goes right through till school. Not a whole lot else. They've applied for a couple other grants, and we hope to hear shortly on those. And the kitchen rentals have been complete, but unfortunately, we haven't had an opportunity to use them. And the only other thing is, Your Worship, I would like to send our sincere condolences to the family of Chief Warden of Creemore. You and I were very fortunate to be there at his last ride in the fire truck in Stayner. Unfortunately, Chief Warden passed away over the late last week. So our condolences to the family.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walker, for mentioning that. You know what? I'd written it down as a note sitting on my desk at home, and I didn't bring it with me. And so I thank you for mentioning that. I'm just looking up on my my computer that there are other items here. I'll bring it up when I get a chance. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for mentioning that. Councillor Deneen is next, then Broderick, Burton, and then Lamers. So Councillor Deneen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not a whole heck of a lot going on. It's been really, really quiet. I think everybody's been on holidays this last 2 weeks. I really, honestly, haven't had anyone contact me personally about the ATV issue. I would endorse anybody within my ward to please get in touch with me with their comments. And the only other thing I've got is just our local restaurant is now open for business. You can go inside of our restaurant if you so choose at the door knock. And Dave and Louise, the DNL Variety, they've set up a little sharing library with donations, and they've made a donation to hospice. That was quite recognizable. And actually, that's about it right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Deneen, and very glad to see the restaurants rebounding a little bit across our township. It's great to see. Councillor Broderick, then Burton, then Lamers, and then Leishman. Go ahead, Mr. Broderick. Your microphone is muted there, John. Try that again. You're still muted. Give it another go. Aha.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the 16th of July, I attended the 60th anniversary drive-by parade for Elf and Alice Redpath. On behalf of the Mayor, Council, and the Township of Clearview, I was pleased to present Elf and Alice with a commemorative plaque. It was a well-organized event and included a representative from our MP, Terry Dowdall's office. And even the rain did not dampen the spirit of the day. It was quite an event. This past Friday, I had a conversation with a 79-year-old resident who articulated quite well the stress and challenges that face her and many other seniors with physical and cognitive challenges. She spoke primarily on the imminent closure of the RBC in Stayner and trips to the Collingwood branch at a cost to her at about $50 a trip. She, like many of our seniors, relies on personal contact with bank staff to facilitate her financial affairs. To make matters worse, the only other bank in town currently has no staff to deal with the public. She expressed that she, like so many other seniors, feel forgotten or left behind, as she and so many others don't have the technology for online banking. Not sure what we could do in that regard, but it certainly brings forward a real concern for our seniors.
Thank you very much, Councillor Broderick. You're absolutely right. The pending closure, I guess, of the RBC branch in Stayner was advertised right in the middle of the first or second week of the COVID crisis striking. So it was a big poster went up in their storefront or in the window of the bank to advise people of that. So yeah, it's disappointing for sure. I'm not sure if any member here has any information about the TD Bank operation. Have they reopened? I'm sorry, I didn't go there today. Have they reopened? Still not open in Stayner? That's unfortunate, isn't it? All right. Sounds like I'll be writing a letter. How's that, John? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. That would be much appreciated.
I'll do some investigating on that. Thank you for that advice. Deputy Mayor Burton, are you finished, Councillor Broderick? Okay, yep, thank you. Deputy Mayor Burton, then Lamers, then Leishman, then McKechnie. Go ahead, Mr. Burton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to talk about that we did have a Station on the Green meeting last week, dealing with how we're going to deal with public washrooms during this process, and we are in the process of trying to contract a new cleaner, as Steve and Irene Davenport, who have served us wonderfully over many years, are retiring the end of August. So we members of Station on Green have interviewed potential people looking to take over over that contract, and we'll keep you advised as to what happens as that goes on. Many emails and discussions with people about the ATV issue, but I think I'll save those comments until we get into that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, your microphone just cut out there at the end, but I get what you're saying about ATV comments. Okay. All right. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Lamers is next. To Councillor Lamers, then Leishman, McKechnie, and Patterson. Lamers, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess besides all the emails and texts I've been getting over the last couple of weeks about the speeding and the ATVs, it's been quite busy every night trying to reply to some of them. And then Monday on the 20th, we had a Hall Board Chairs meeting with Terry and Amanda. It was quite interesting, all the stuff and all the time that they're putting into digging up information and all the emails that they get to follow for opening up all the small halls and stuff. It was real interesting. And then on Thursday, we had our evening Hall Board meeting, and we discussed opening, and there's a lot of criteria before you can open. So we're discussing it, and we got to work with Terry and Amanda to see what we got to do before we can open to anybody again. And then on Friday, I had a drive-by 90th birthday party for Sue McClellan, and she's just around the corner. So we had some old vehicles, a bunch of cars, and then a bunch of us went by on our bikes, and followed by a bunch of walkers. It was a beautiful night for it.
Well, that's great. Very happy birthday at 90. That's wonderful. Good stuff. Thank you, Councillor Lamers. Before you go, though, maybe you could mention the great work that's happened in our park, and the fact that the concrete is in fact in place.
I thought I mentioned that at our last meeting, that our concrete
I think it was
pad is in the park.
Yeah, it's been poured and it looks amazing. So I think you reported to me that it's working, that when it rains, the water drains away, which is what it's supposed to do.
Water drains away, and there is kids on it every day now. More and more spotting kids on it, so there's more and more coming out and enjoying it.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you, Councillor Lamers. Councillor Leishman, and then McKechnie and Patterson. Go ahead, Councillor Leishman. Nice to have you back.
Thank you. Only a few things to report. I got an email from Cronus through Rosalind that they have changed their gate at the front, so there won't be a backup on concession 12 anymore when people come at the beginning to start their day and to end their day. So they've changed the gate so that it goes all the way around the greenhouses, and anybody that's being dropped off goes into a different parking lot, and getting picked up, they're in a different parking lot. So all the parkers are going to be lined up on the road that, or the driveway that goes around the greenhouses, and the other people are on the other side, and visitors have their own entrance separate. So there was complaints about people backing up, or the traffic backing up when the Cronus opened in the morning, which is Peace Naturals, if you're wondering what Cronus is. And so they looked into it, and it's been a while since the complaints came, so it was nice to see it completed, and I do thank them for that. The other thing I'd like to mention is that 1213 side road was re-gravelled and graded. I think a couple of weeks ago I was there, and it was so nice to see the upper part of 1213 done north of concession 12, because it really is a mess, and there's a lot of waterways that make it quite nasty in the spring. So it was a beautiful job, and I thank you very much for that. The other thing is that I've sent out some emails. Well, I sent out the health updates that we get all the time to my constituents, and at the end of it I added, how do you feel about ATVs on the road? Would you please just send me a quick yes or no? So interesting enough, I did get a few back, and I want to thank everybody that got to me, that sent me emails, not only from my ward, but from other wards too. I really appreciate it. I thought I knew the answers, and now I'm not so sure I do. So, you know, if you don't listen to the people that are speaking to you, then you'll never get the answers. So now I have an answer, and I think, anyway, so thank you very much. I do appreciate it, and stay cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leishman. Thank you very much. Councillor McKechnie next, then Councillor Patterson. Doug?
Great, thanks, Your Worship. Actually, it's been fairly slow as far as the committee meetings go. No committee meetings for me this week. However, like the rest of council, I've been busy reading and answering all sorts of emails, taking telephone calls and such. And like the mayor, you know, I'm the same. I haven't been able to respond to them all. I've tried to, but I haven't been able to get to them all. But once again, going back to your mention, Mr. Mayor, about, you know, the 68 emails that come in at the last minute. Democracy is messy, and so we just do the best we can. And but it reminds me of something. When I went for just an annual checkup with my doctor, my family doctor, and she said to me, "So how's it going on council, Doug? How are things working out?" And I said, "Oh, you know, it's been a rough week. Oh, everybody's complaining, and you know, I've got all these people calling and complaining and such." And she said, "Doug," she says, "give them your time. Do not give them your health." So that's, I think that's good advice. Just, you know, for council, we're in the middle of a very passionate issue. Just give the people their time. Let's not give them our health. Let's not stress over it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying not to make this stressful at any time, but it's it's not always easy. Thank you. Thank you for that, Doug. Councillor Patterson, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you. I reached out to the Village Green team, the project that is being built on the old TD Bank site. And just sort of a one-line summary. They are in the process now of reviewing, I would say, final plans with our Public Works and with the Planning Buildings Department. They expect that the construction will still be finished in November timeframe of this year, and the gardens will be replanted in the spring. It's a high-level discussion, so they're working through those issues. I will continue to work with the residents on Fairgrounds Road. While it's difficult for me to contain my disappointment with the results tonight and the treatment received, I believe that it's a matter that cannot be left unanswered. So I will be preparing next steps with the group, which will include, I think, some more fact gathering and another presentation back to council as appropriate. So that's my report.
All right, thank you, Councillor. I'll just have a couple things I'd like to add during this session as far as our ward reports. I'll take the opportunity to mention, I thank you, Councillor Walker, for bringing up Chief Warden, former Chief Warden. Obviously, he was well known around our community, and it was again a pleasure to be on Valleyfield that night and see all of our firefighters and volunteers from across the whole region come and celebrate him. So it was a great event. So thank you for mentioning that. It also brought me to mention the fact that we recently lost a member of our crossing guard staff. Steve Anthony has passed away. He was a crossing guard with us here at the township, and so our condolences to his family. And another loss that's happened in our township, which one of our staff members has lost a couple of a father and a father and a father-in-law, and so their family is grieving. So our hearts go out to our friend the Kindness family as well. So it was a difficult week for a couple of families, that's for sure. Anyway, I just wanted to bring those 2 points forward and mention that our thoughts are with them too at this time. All right, Council, I'm prepared to move on with our agenda. Councillor Patterson, your 11.2 has been deferred. So again, as I mentioned in the debate or the discussion, I absolutely enjoyed the report and found the comments very helpful. And so hopefully that will be received at another time. So item number 12 is our department reports, which is CS 027-2020. It's a zoning bylaw amendment for 11323 County Road 10. It's a dog kennel. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one receive report CS 027-2020 for information and pass the zoning bylaw amendment to the Township of Clearview zoning bylaw 0654, being a bylaw 2047 for the lands known as 11323 County Road 10 and legally described as North Half Part Lot 11 and West Half and East Half Part Lot 15, ESR Concession 7, formerly Township of Sunnydale, now in the Township of Clearview. Can I have a mover and seconder to get this motion? And that would be Mr. Lamers and Mr. Broderick. I see we've suddenly changed our screen. We've got some additional staff with us. First of all, I'll welcome Mara Burton, and then I acknowledge Rosalind Workman is with us as well. Hello, Mara.
Thank you, Worship. Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, just to let you know that we are bringing this bylaw forward and recommendation to pass the kennel. The applicant did receive the information from council that was looking for a play area and has revised their plan to include that play area. So we think it will be to your liking and are recommending approval of that bylaw to come forward.
Okay, well, that's simple enough. Councillor Lamers is there. Is there anybody else who'd like to ask some questions? Before I go, and Councillor Leishman, Rosalind, would you like to add something before we go to questions? Or are you comfortable?
I'm totally comfortable, happy to answer questions.
Okay, no problem. I decided to ask since you're both right there. Councillor Lamers, go right ahead.
Thank you, Worship. When we talked about this last time, Mayor, they changed the numbers and the plan design on the inside of the building. I was looking for that new plan design in the draft and I didn't see it.
Through to Councillor Lamers, through the mayor, I actually think it'd probably be better if I had Rosalind answer that question.
And that's why Rosalind's here. Hello, Rosalind, go ahead.
Hi. So Councillor Lamers, I'm not really sure what your question is. They were always proposing 35 dogs. The plan is included in the report at the end there in the appendix. That is a new revised plan. So they have now included 35 kennels for each of the 35 animals that they will contain in there, as well as adding the outdoor play area and the indoor play area. So
yeah, I thought they were cutting the numbers down to make some extra room.
No,
There was a change there, yeah. Go ahead, Ross.
no, they weren't going. They were going to if I guess if they couldn't. I mean, I don't recall. I think she's always applied for the 35 dogs, and that's what the bylaw allows. I think at first she wasn't allowing for an outdoor kennel or an outdoor play space. And so initially, I don't think she had as many kennels inside.
Councillor Lamers? You're good? Okay. Well, I'm going to follow up on this because clearly there was a discussion when we had the presentation that there was a change in the plan that was presented to us because they were reducing the number. So am I mistaken?
I don't believe that there was I mean, I don't think she talked about, I don't know, she may have talked about changing the plan, but that wasn't what we discussed as we worked through the questions and comments from council, because council didn't seem to have a direction either way. And really the bylaw actually, as of right, allows for 35 dogs. So.
Okay. All right, well, I'll carry on. I recognize Walker and Burton. I've got Leishman first. So Leishman first, and then Walker, and then Burton. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Leishman.
Thank you, but I think Mara wanted to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Mara, you don't have a yellow card. Just put your hand up and then I'll see it. There you go.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I was being quite, anyway. There was discussion about the internal drawing, but the number, my recollection is that the number of kennels inside were still 35, but she did make some adjustments to the indoor play area and the office area. Like she adjusted the inside, but there was still always 35 kennels.
Okay, all right. That's where I understood that was a change, and perhaps that's Councillor Lamer's take. Is that right? Something like that? Okay. Leishman, did you have anything further?
Yes, I was wondering, I see the drawing. From where I'm sitting, the drawing doesn't look like the play area doesn't look like it's somehow attached to the building or it's connected to the building. How are they planning to get the dogs from play area into the building? Is they all going to be leashed?
So, sorry, I can answer that, Councillor Leishman. So again, this is sort of the zoning at this point, right? So what we've done is we've zoned an area. It's going to be a 0.43 acres zone for the kennel, and how she gets the dogs to the, how she gets the dogs out to the play area will hopefully be through a lead or whatever, but again, that's sort of her business plan. We are hoping that she will fence a certain portion of that. Of course, there will be the site plan application coming forward next. So we certainly discuss and talk with the applicant on how she plans to get the dogs in and out.
Thank you. I think my concern is that maybe some dogs might get loose if the playground isn't sort of like you can open a door and they can walk out to it. So yeah. I'm a little concerned about that because we do have, well, we don't have a lot of cattle left around here, but we do have some sheep. We got sheep. So anyway,
farm, so she is aware that she wants to keep the animals, you know, that's why it's on the western side as opposed to the eastern side, because the barn for all of the horses are actually to the east. So right. She's completely aware of the disturbance possibilities or the disturbing possibilities of the dogs and with her other animals actually on the property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Burton, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And to Rosalind's point, there will be a site plan agreement that comes forward to council. And so those concerns can be addressed to ensure that perhaps a fenced in walked area to the play area or something like that, if that's something that council wants to see. And that may in fact be her intent, but we'll get that information as part of the site plan.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Leishman. All good. I'll move on. Mr. Walker is next, and then Deputy Mayor Burton. Anybody else just looking? Fair enough. Mr. Walker, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I was just going to say that it always was 35 units, except we discussed about the inside play area and the size of the kennels. Now, I had the inside play area as a 30 by 30. I see on the drawing it's 20 by 30. But now they've also added the outside. So we're still got lots of play area then to be addressed. And that was my other question that Councillor Leishman had asked, is the linkage of the outside play area to the building itself. So, which will be addressed later. Yeah, other than that, no, that's fine, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Burton is next. Anybody else? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Burton. You know, nothing else? All right. Well, I'm comfortable with the presentation, and I appreciate the Mayor Burton bringing forward the point that we will have a site plan agreement, which perhaps will be a little more detailed than this sketch, right? I hope that yeah,
Yes.
For sure. Perhaps that'll help clear it up. All right. Members of council, you've got a motion. We've got a mover and second. Thank you, staff, for participating. Members of council, there's nothing further. You've got a motion in front of you with a mover and seconder. Looking forward to calling the motion. Can I have all councillors who wish to participate open their cameras, because I see Deneen and Patterson are not with us. So if they do not, we will just carry on. Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. Those opposed? No? Okay, that's good. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, item CS 030-2020, which is the Creemore Hydro Pole Assessment. Recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby one, receive report CS 030-2020 report for information. And item 2, authorize staff to work towards alternatives for downtown beautification initiatives for Creemore other than attachments to hydro poles. Okay, we've talked about this for a long time. Can I have a mover and seconder? And then we'll have a discussion. That would be Deputy Mayor Burton and Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor Burton and Walker. Hello there, Mara, once again. Mara, this has been a good discussion item with our friends at Call Us, now EPCOR. So would you like to speak to your report?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so over the number of years, I guess there's been quite a few rumors about there were banners on the poles and now the banners aren't there anymore and so on and so forth. And of course, you know, I think we were all hoping that there was a decent opportunity to actually add, you know, banners, hanging baskets, maybe some festival lighting, potentially some pole mounted winter decorations and so on. And so the first thing we needed to do in order to determine whether we could get approval from EPCOR to do that was to actually do a pole analysis. So we've hired Runge Engineering to do that. And as part of that, they were also going to actually talk to us about what we needed to do to improve the poles if it didn't look like it was too serious. Unfortunately, we are at a point where the poles are really due for replacement and that they are not suitable for any attachments at this point. So what we have is about 7 out of 25 poles on Mill Street are suitable and just meet today's requirements, I guess. So we haven't even gone to the next step to see if we could even add anything to them. And only 1 on Caroline Street out of 8. So what Runge told us was that we'd be looking at potentially $200,000 to $270,000 in improvement, basically replacing the poles, which is something that EPCOR will do eventually on their own. It's just that if we wanted to move that forward earlier, then it would likely be at the municipality's expense. So there's quite a lot of money there, and that's not even considering the third-party attachments yet. That's just to meet sort of the safety standards today, or I mean, I don't want to speak for EPCOR, but what would be required. Essentially, I'm just saying that there's perhaps other opportunities that the municipality could look at. I know that the BIA, I was talking with them a couple of weeks ago about potentially doing some mini lights on the trees. They are going to be talking to the Tree Society to see if that's possible. And that would be done by solar as opposed to by electricity. So, or, hardwired, I should say.
Yeah.
So that's basically the report that I'm bringing forward. I know it's not good news, but at least we know where we stand, and that in itself is something. The other thing too is the freestanding snowflakes and stars and things like that are something that we've done in the past, and we can continue down that path as well. Other opportunities may be attachments to some of the buildings that the business owners might be willing to do and work together with the BIA to do something consistent with the township's support, financial support for that. So there are certainly opportunities. just not on the poles at this time.
Okay, any members of council with any questions for the report or comments? Looking for any questions or comments? All right, it is pretty self-explanatory. I appreciate the report because it helps us bring some clarity to it. Thank you, Councillor Patterson is there. That does help us bring some clarity to the question. If I may, before Councillor Patterson, since I'm speaking. In your role as in planning and development, community development, is there any look or any consideration given for the hydro plant improving or expanding to service some of the development that's happening in and around the community, the neighborhoods of Creemore? You know, the comment in here is that they are aged poles, but they're not out of service yet. But certainly in some communities, I've observed that as developments happen, they have to upgrade some of the distribution system in order to bring in electricity that's required. So is there any thought of that, particularly the one on Caroline Street? I was surprised to see that there was only one pole of all those, that's sort of out of service. Your comment on that would be interested to me.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Sometimes that is required. However, I'm not aware of any of the developments in Creemore at this time that would be required to upgrade the service elsewhere, sort of off-site, other than Mary Street, which I think has been done. So there's not really an opportunity for that at this time.
Yeah, it's difficult because these things do need to be replaced eventually, and the electric company will be responsible for them. So. Councillor Patterson, you had your card up and I'm looking for anybody else. Nobody else? Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, is this all very clear to the current BIA?
Yes, I did. Through the mayor to Councillor Patterson, I did contact the BIA and let them know that this report would be coming on and gave them a quick little lowdown that the news wasn't good, but that, you know, certainly we would work together towards looking at alternatives so that hopefully we can achieve something similar without actually utilizing the poles.
Is beautification, in your eyes, limited only to the BIA district?
No, absolutely not. So
there is an opportunity that we can bring to council later with regards to the periphery of the Village Green, down Caroline, down Mill. I'm not sure if you're aware of those things. Dan Perot might be a little bit, but it hasn't really been defined yet. So I've asked the Village Green crew to come back with suggestions. They were hinted at in the last set of drawings you saw, but they weren't defined. So,
yeah.
So we can.
Yes.
Yeah. And there are many other opportunities that we haven't yet explored. Even like there are many decorations that can be put directly on buildings that are not pole mounted or not freestanding. So there are certainly many opportunities that the municipality has in order to do beautification. And we did do planters this year. The municipality has bought planters for the BIA area. We could expand that program. It's just that the BIA does actually maintain and pay for the flowers in the planters. So you know, if we decided to go beyond that, we would have to give that some further consideration as to how to implement that. But there are absolutely many opportunities. The winter months are kind of dark and dreary a little bit. So having some lit decorations in our downtown areas is something that can be quite nice for people to lift spirits.
Yeah, and one other I would suggest, if I may, the entrances coming into Creemore in all of our settlement areas would really benefit from a refresh. And the signs are fine. I'm thinking specifically of coming into Creemore down Fairgrounds Road as you're approaching County Road 9. It looks like a rural road, which some may say it is, but it is part of our settlement area. And wouldn't mind having a discussion with you in the Public Works. This has come up several times in the past.
We're absolutely open to that, of course. It's council's making the directive on where to put the money to a large degree anyway. So
yeah.
We're certainly here to help implement whatever council sees fit.
Thank you very much. I just want to pick up on something Councillor Patterson mentioned. The Village Green design did have a clear path to sort of a sight line to the Cenotaph area, which is well over on Caroline. And it would be my hope that this whole project evolve such that we can see work done over on the Caroline side of the street, perhaps the south side of the street. And that is where some of those hydro poles are that I think are being aged, and we should see if we can get them replaced, which I think would enhance that whole view from over there. So I appreciate what Councillor Patterson is saying, because that was part of the plan that was in that design. So I did see that little tidbit. Thank you, Ms. Burton. Any other questions for Ms. Burton about this poll report? Good news, bad news, but at least we have the news. How's that? Fair enough? Okay. Members of the council, we've got a mover and seconder on the motion. I'll prepare to call the motion. All those in favor? And the motion is received. Thank you very much. Okay, CS, another item for the community services. CS 031-2020, the zoning bylaw amendment in regards to Osler Brook. Recommendation be it resolved, the Council of the Township Clearview hereby one, receive report CS 031-2020 for information. And item 2, approve and authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the amending zoning bylaw 20-52 for lands municipally known as 2654 Concession 10 North Nottawasaga and legally described as Part Lot 38 Concessional 11 and 12, Parts 4 through 7, 51R 32-335, Parts 1, 4 and 5, 51R 32-325, Clearview. And item 3, deny the applicant's request for relief in the zoning bylaw amendment application fee. So we had the presentation on this earlier. I'm looking for a mover and seconder. First of all, Mr. Ainley's joined us. Nice to see you. We're going to go with Lamers and Broderick on this one. Thank you very much. Moved by Lamers, seconded by Broderick. So, Mr. Ainley, thank you very much. Once again, you had a meeting that you presented this information. Would you like to outline your report for us at council?
Well, hopefully I did a good job and it speaks for itself generally, but I am available to answer any questions if anything comes up.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. Before we go on, I just want to mention that Councillor Deneen sent me a message, Council, that you have a difficulty with your screen. Can you just speak up and tell me everything's okay? You can hear us fine?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, but you're having difficulty. We can hear you fine. We can hear you. You're having difficulty with your screen though, is that correct?
Can you see me?
Absolutely. Yes, we can see you.
Okay. No, it was the laptop. The laptop went completely black. It's not even an internet issue this time, and I'm sorry about that. I had to go and look for my iPad. So I don't even know how to mute it, so I'm going to try and stay as quiet as possible. Thanks. Okay, well, we'll carry on. This is part of the technical challenges that we're going through. If you wish to speak, or if we're not getting your attention, just wave or speak up. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Nick, sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much for that. So I'll ask for members of council if there's anybody who has any questions or comments of this report. Anybody, anywhere looking for any comments? Don't see any. I have one. Can you give me your justification, as well as Ms. Burton, the denying the application relief from zoning bylaw amendment application fee? Can I have a comment on that, Ms. Burton?
Yes, thank you, Worship. It's not as simple as a mapping change. Anytime we are doing a zoning amendment where we actually have a change of use, we potentially do not know whether or not we're going to find ourselves in an LPAT hearing with a substantial amount of workload, whether we're going to have neighbors come out that might say, we don't support this. We want to protect these lands for an expansion of the golf course down the road. And then we're into a situation where we may have to have multiple meetings or whatever the case may be. We don't know that whenever we have an application before us. So the fee is set. really to the best we can set it. And this is how it is set. It's $5,000 application fee for changes of use. Some take us more work than others. That's true. But we also do the mailings, the newspaper advertisements, if that's the case. Certainly those things cost money and take time and effort. I'm familiar with working with the building department. And if we look at cost recovery at all, we're also considering all of our staff time, all of our disbursements, and even building costs, the sitting of council, the sitting of staff, and so on and so forth. So really, I think a $5,000 application fee is a perfectly reasonable one. The challenge we would have is that if we have people coming forward and asking us to negotiate our fees all the time, we would spend an awful lot of staff time negotiating fees and really not knowing what that actual fee in the end should really be until we're through a full process. And even at that, it would be quite staff time for us to actually do that. So, our recommendation is that this is the fee structure we have. I'm not suggesting that we change that fee structure at this time, and I'm not suggesting that we grant the request to reduce the fee in this case. That's basically what it comes down to.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I think that it also speaks to if you don't ask, you don't know. So I'm happy that it's been answered at least. And so thank you for that. Nobody else with any questions or comments on this? We're all comfortable with this? Sorry, I'm taking my time because I don't have everybody on the screen at all times, so I'm not sure. So I give everybody an opportunity to speak if they need to. I'm prepared to call the motion. Members of council, you've heard the motion. We've got a mover and seconder. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. All right, so Community Services Department, you've done well. We've got all of our work done there. Thank you very much for that. We're moving over to our bylaw department, and we have a biannual report. Our senior bylaw enforcement officer is with us, Mr. Joe Paddock. Nice to see you. And as always, our clerk, Pam Fettis, is with us as well. She's just not online, but she's here. She's responsible as the senior manager for that department. Nice to see you. Joe, how about we'll get the motion on the floor and then we'll get to talking about your report. BL 003 to 120. Be it recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Clearview hereby receive bylaw department 2020 biannual report for information. So a mover and seconder on the floor. Walker and Leishman. Walker Leishman. Nice to have that. Okay, now, Mr. Paddock. The first thing is that we've added an extra staff member who I met tonight online. Cody has joined us, and so Madam Clerk, make sure that he knows where the doors are and knows where the keys are to get to do his job. So I'm sure that he's already made an impact in our team. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
It is, and actually Cody is with us tonight, so I'll ask him.
Is Cody here too?
Oh, I will. I'll ask
Cody,
him.
there he is.
So
Cody.
Welcome Cody officially to the team. And Cody's been with us for a little bit, and certainly he's been out in the community enforcing our bylaws and educating members of the public on council policies and bylaws. So once again, welcome, Cody.
Good. All right. So thank you. Welcome, Cody. And Joe, I just took the first line right out of your story. So if you have anything you'd like to review in your report other than welcoming Cody.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to welcome Cody. A few other things to touch on is obviously COVID. When that was a whole new beast. A lot of complaints we've never dealt with. The types of complaints we've never dealt with. So that did take up a lot of time. From January to June, we had almost 240 complaints just related to COVID. So that definitely took up a significant amount of staff time. One other thing to note, I guess it's probably related to COVID, is increased number in illegal dumping. A lot of complaints there. To date, we spent almost $10,000, and that's in staff time, salaries, benefits, equipment, materials, and outside services just to clean up those illegal dumps. Previous years, we spent approximately $15,000, so it looks like there will definitely be an increased cost related to illegal dumping. Fireworks were huge in and around Canada Day. it fell on a Wednesday, so the weekend before, the weekend after, on the Wednesday, it seemed like everybody was lighting off fireworks, and that definitely created some animosity between neighbors and residents in Clearview. But besides that, I'm here for any questions, but it's pretty straightforward from there.
Yep, thank you very much. I see Councillor Broderick. Is there any other members who have questions for Mr. Paddock or the clerk, or even Cody? Mr. Broderick, I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Joe, the illegal dumping, are there any hotspots in particular, or is it just around the township in general?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Broderick. Normally in previous years, there's been hotspots, but this has been everywhere. There really hasn't been an increase in one spot, just an increase in general all over.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with any other questions regarding the bylaw enforcement? Yes, Councillor Patterson. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, wait, I don't have a question, just a comment. So if someone else has a question, go ahead.
All right, go ahead. Oh, Councillor McKechnie, I see. Go ahead, Councillor McKechnie.
Just a follow up to Councillor Broderick's question regarding the illegal dumping. Did we ever catch anybody doing it, or is that cost just for cleanup? Have we ever caught anyone?
Mr. Paddock?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor McKay. No, we haven't caught anybody. Usually it's late at night on dirt roads where nobody is. The Works Department will send me some information if it's found, within the dumping. But normally people, unfortunately, they don't leave any identifying markers when they do dump these, whatever it is they dump.
Okay,
difficult, yes. Thank you. Anybody else with any questions? All right, seeing none, Councillor Patterson, you were going to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I think we, especially with welcome Cody, we're going to be gathering more information, and we know the patterns in our community roughly, and we can anticipate some things. I'm wondering if next report, going into next year, if the bylaw offices would consider doing some proactive education. Some advertising, for example, saying, let's pick fireworks around Victoria Day and the traditional times, what the rules are, around festival time, levels of noise, music. I'm thinking, just as a compliment to the group, especially Joe, I work with them closely. I know how rough it is to be talking to those people, and I think you put up with a lot of, oh, I didn't know that, or I wasn't aware. And I think we ought to bolster the knowledge of we can bolster the knowledge of some of our citizens. And it's true, some of the citizens may not be aware. So I'm wondering if we could do an education program targeted at, some of the usual predictable infractions.
Yeah. No, we did put something on our website and social media regarding the fireworks. I did attend a few of the stores that sell them and advise them of when they cannot sell fireworks. So hopefully next year that'll be a little bit better.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Patterson and Joe for that. If I may, I have a question to Joe, and that's just in regards to our relationship with the Alliston Humane Society. Again, we get great service from them. Do you find that we're continuing to see good service and turnaround, and are there any canines being returned to owners as a result of this service from down there? You find it still to be a successful program?
Yes, it is very successful. It's a great facility. The numbers I'm getting back from them are 9 out of 10 dogs go home. So that's you can't really ask for much more than that.
I mean, that's great, and it's obviously part of having a dog tag is that ownership factor comes into play, and I think that's good. Glad to see that that's continuing to work out, although it is a little bit of a distance for drive, but it's still providing us a great service. So thank you for that. I have nothing further to add. Oh, actually I do. It was a small thing. It is related to your report about burning and nuisance smoke and fire permits. I know since Madam Clerk, we have changed how a little bit about our staffing level, and perhaps the CAO can comment too, that we still have fire prevention, and our officers at the fire department still do attend and deal with burning and smoke issues and that type of thing. But our bylaw department also does that type of enforcement, correct, Madam Clerk? Is that right?
That's correct. So we work in partnership with the fire department. So the fire department does take the lead. However, bylaw enforcement does go in and follow up if the fire department is unable to attend.
That's great. Okay, well, I'm glad to see that we did change some of our staffing a little bit. So we just want to make sure that it's clear that we are still doing that work from the bylaw department side. Thank you. All right, nothing further from anybody? That's great. Thank you for the report. Council, I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, we have all of our bylaws to go through here. So let's get started on this bylaw page. Bylaw number 20-35 being a bylaw to amend Schedules A and B of the tax rate. Bylaw number 20-35. Recommendation be it resolved that the amendments to Schedules A and B of the tax rate for bylaw 20-35 be approved as presented. Okay, Deputy Mayor, and seconded by Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Walker. Any questions on the bylaw? Seeing none. Oh, we do. Go ahead. We don't generally take them, but I'll just asking if there's anything. Go ahead. Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, I wonder if Kelly could comment in general about the balance between residential taxing and the impact on the balance between residential tax and the commercial industrial, just in general.
Madam Treasurer, nice to have you here. Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Patterson, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
I'm just wondering if what I'm seeing in front of us, without I haven't done any analysis on it, and what is it? Would it represent a shift one way or another? A shift to revenues being more from residential or more from industrial commercial?
Based on the tax ratios. Yeah, based on the tax ratios that we get from the county, there was a bit of a shift, but it was more between commercial and industrial versus residential. Within Clearview ourselves, our primary tax base is residential. So I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
I just wanted a general appreciation of if we're seeing any kind of shift, because we've had lots of growth and
yes,
and we've had some industrial growth, and hopefully we can shift the balance from residential.
And we will see that coming as the growth gets picked up in the impact roles.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on that comment, and that is that the farmland, while it still remains the single largest category, it didn't have any significant changes at this time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, it is the single largest category, although it didn't have any changes at this time. So thank you for that. All right, Council, you've heard the bylaw. Thank you, Treasurer, for joining us. Mover and seconder is made, so all those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Zoning bylaw amendment for 11323 County Road 10. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw number 20-47, being a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 11323 County Road 10, be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed on the 27th day of July, 2020. Can I have a mover and seconder on this item? Leishman and Lamers. Leishman and Lamers. Very good. Any questions on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, and that motion carries. 2052 regarding Osterbrook, recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2052, being a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 2634 Concession 10 North, Nottawasaga, be presented and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed on the 27th day of July, 2020. Have a mover and seconder, please. Osterbrook, that's Broderick and Deputy Mayor Burton. Thank you. Nothing to comment. Seeing none, all those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And bylaw to amend the appointment bylaw 19-06. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw number 20-53, being a bylaw to amend appointment bylaw 1906, be presented and read a first, second, and third time, finally passed on this 27th day of July 2020. A mover and seconder, please. Let's see, Lamers and Leishman. Lamers and Leishman on this one. And I'll just comment by saying thank you very much to Darcy Q for her service to the BIA. We appreciate her very much. Although I'm prepared to call the motion. Did you have something else to say, Tom? No?
Well, yes, I did. I've worked closely with her and I appreciate you saying that. And I would like to say the same thing, that I appreciated her effort. She added another dimension to the plan. So thank you, Darcy.
Yeah, for sure. I want to say thank you very much to Darcy. All right, all those in favor? And that motion carries. Councillor McKechnie, your camera keeps delaying here, just so you know. I'm watching for you and it then just appears, so, okay. All right, Council.
I've been putting my card up right away, your worship. I've been putting my card up right away, so it must be just a delay on the camera.
Yeah, perhaps it is. I just wanted you to know that I've been watching for it, so anyway. Okay, Council, we have our section 13, which is our notices of motion section. As you know, we've made some amendments early in the agenda, which removed 2 items. So now we are dealing with what everybody has been tuning in to want to talk about. Item number 13-2. And we had a notice of motion brought forward on July the 13th. We actually had a what do you call it, a public or a question period brought forward, a question prior to that even. So this has been on the agenda for a while. So here we are to talk about this this recommendation. It's quite lengthy. I'm going to take a minute and read it. I'll call for the mover and seconder, and then we'll have a discussion. Recommendation, whereas the citizens of Clearview Township have repeatedly requested ATV and side-by-side access to all roads of Clearview since 2003, and whereas the citizens of Clearview cannot currently access the trails businesses in Clearview by ATV or side-by-sides from their own residences without the added expense and unnecessary burden of using a heavy motor vehicle and trailer. And whereas the York University ATV ORM Health Benefit Study released in 2010 clearly shows the physical benefits of ATV riding. And whereas the typical more open nature of ATVs and side-by-sides may provide Clearview residents a local travel option and may prove to be less likely to support pathogens such as COVID-19 and or future pathogens and make it easier to follow safety protocols provided by SMDHU, which would be the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit, provincial or federal guidelines. And whereas the lightweight and fuel efficient capabilities of ATVs and side-by-sides may provide Clearview residents a more cost-effective option of local, especially when single use and single household use due to current pandemic restrictions are factored in. And whereas the surrounding municipalities of the town of Wasaga Beach, the township of Grey Highlands, township of Agilis-Ossarano, township of New Tecumseh, town of Innisfil, and the township of Springwater, with the exception of 3 roads leading into the city of Barrie, have all adopted ATV and side-by-side access for all of their roads. And whereas the township of Clearview survey in 2018 showed a majority support of ATV and side-by-side road access in Clearview Township, and whereas the province of Ontario enabled the municipalities of Ontario to adopt ATV access to bylaws since 2003 via regulation 30316 or 03316, and has subsequently added side-by-sides to bills 51, 2014 and 58, 2014, Utility Task All-Terrain Vehicles Act 2014, and Ontario Regulation 315-20, the operation of off-road vehicles, filed June 26, 2020. Therefore, be it resolved, the council directs staff to develop a report and a bylaw allowing ATV and side-by-side access to all roads of Clearview Township, including undeveloped roads, road allowances, and trail systems using the bylaws adopted by the town of Wasaga Beach and the township of Springwater as a guide. And further, to bring the bylaw to council within 30 days. Councillor Broderick, I presume, if I may, you're going to make the motion. Is that correct? He is making the motion. Council, I'm looking for the seconder on the motion. Seconder on the motion. Councillor Walker is seconding the motion. Thank you very much. We have the resources of our staff here to ask questions. And as this is a notice of motion, we can have a opportunity for the presenter, Councillor Broderick, to speak first, and then we'll certainly go around the table and ask for comments from members of council, as well as look for any advice from our staff they may wish to contribute. Councillor Broderick, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As a full disclosure, I do own a power sports business where we sell ATVs and side-by-sides as part of our business, as does Earth Power and Huron Tractor. If this motion passes, it may or may not have an impact on those businesses. It will undoubtedly have a positive impact on Clearview restaurants, gas stations, and other businesses in Clearview. It is a good thing for tourism and branding, which will ultimately benefit everyone. This motion is about common interest. I, like so many other residents, wish to be able to access trails without loading up on a heavy truck and trailer or driving 30 kilometers out of my way, or to access businesses in Stayner, Creemore, Nottawa, and other parts of Clearview Township, as can be currently done in Wasaga Beach and many other places. Currently, I have to leave Clearview and drive from the west side of Wasaga Beach all the way to the east side in order to access any part of Clearview. We need to align ourselves with our neighbors and become more accommodating. To my fellow councilors, it is incumbent upon us to represent our citizens, all of our citizens. This item has been brought forward by our citizens to us on multiple occasions, and to myself on a weekly and sometimes daily basis. It is also incumbent upon us to deal with the matters of the township with integrity. And in that light, I have previously corresponded with our township's appointed integrity representative, and I am satisfied that I have the ability to deal with this issue, as with any other, in a manner separate from my business. Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry, my microphone was muted. Thank you, Your Worship. I recognize the Deputy Mayor. Is there anybody else who would like to get in line to have the conference? Everybody's up, so I'm going to go with Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lamers, Councillor McKechnie. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your comments, Councillor Broderick, but I'm a little confused. In your opening statement, you said you may or may, benefit from this. So I'm just want to clearly understand, are you declaring a conflict or you are not declaring a conflict?
Mr. Broderick?
I am not declaring a conflict.
All right.
Point of order.
Point of order, yes, Councillor Patterson.
Rather than wade in and cause any harm, personal or whatever, I would ask that we move into in camera.
An in-camera session?
Yes.
You're asking for an in-camera?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are you, there you are. Okay, do we have all councillors present? Yes, we do. There's a motion to go in camera. I will call for a seconder if there's a motion to go in camera. Seconder for the motion to go on camera, that would be Mr. McKechnie then, I see that. Madam Clerk, is that correct? Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, when we go into closed session, we need to know why we're going into closed session, and we need to make sure that everybody understands that.
Absolutely, and that's where I was getting to. That's why I called for your attention, because I would ask for you to prepare a motion for Councillor Patterson that would allow him to go in camera. Mr. Patterson, would you like to explain what your objective would be? Go ahead.
For the reasons that mentioned by Councillor Broderick, I think we're all concerned about preserving both the integrity of our members of council and also the integrity of the decision-making of this council.
Okay. Mr. Sage is there and Mr. Clerk, or Madam Clerk, go ahead. Mr. Sage, did you want to say something?
No, I was waiting for our clerk to consider whether that discussion would give us the ability to go in camera. I don't think it is, but I would look for Pam to clarify.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Ms. Clerk, you have a comment?
So it seems to be, it's a matter of whether or not a member of council is declaring a pecuniary interest. And what I can say to council, and after having discussions with the Integrity Commissioner this morning, that isn't a reason to go into closed session. Whether or not a member of council declares a conflict of interest is something that he or she needs to decide of their own merit, and it's not something that should be discussed at council. So, you know, my recommendation would be that is not something that you would go into closed session for.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Mr. Patterson?
I agree with that decision. The comment from the mayor and the CAO, from the clerk, sorry. The question I have is that without naming anyone in the process, what does happen, it is clearly, with all due respect to all our members, it is a personal decision. And that one's been taken. But also, in terms of our decision-making, it's quite clear that while non-declaration of a conflict of interest is not a reason to upset a decision made by council, it means that that decision remains voidable, to use their language, the MCIA, the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, for 2 years. And because of the importance of this decision in our community, I think we should all have clear understanding. And I think that discussion, for obvious reasons, might get into identified persons. And I'm just simply asking for the consideration for all of us that we do this in camera. And I hope the public understands that.
Okay, so I'd like to throw a comment in here, and that would be that I did take the opportunity to speak to the Integrity Commissioner myself, because the reason I did the call was because I was asked by a member of the media. And as your mayor, I felt it important for me as the mayor to have an understanding of what the Integrity Commissioner may say on this particular case. And so while the Integrity Commissioner confirmed to me that I can ask that question of them, they indicated clearly something that we all learned in our workshops and we know, and that is that as sitting council's members, we cannot question whether any of us have conflicts as sitting members of this council. And so when you're elected, you have to make the decision yourself. If you have a conflict, you can't make a decision. You or any of our elected officials have no position to ask for that at this table. And so that's a difficult situation that happens when you become elected, because we cannot ask for conflicts of interest questions about each other. That doesn't mean that the public can't. And as some of our public participation questions did ask that question. And that becomes a challenge. As part of our code of conduct that I referenced earlier here, and so it's a difficult situation. I appreciate desperately what Councillor Patterson is suggesting about the integrity of our decision-making ability. And therein lies the whole crux of it. We are meeting correctly. We are a full council. Each member is participating in this meeting under our current procedural bylaws and the amendment that allows us to do this digital meeting. Each of us have a sworn oath of office, and each of us have agreed to the terms of the Municipal Act and the Conflict of Interest Act and the Code of Conduct. And so our clerk, who is our sworn crown in our community, is to help us guide through making these type of decisions. So Councillor Patterson, I recognize you're asking about the integrity, and it's a difficult one because I believe we are making best effort to be making proper decisions in this world of integrity question. And so the Integrity Commissioner, advised me that I cannot ask that question of any member, any of you. And so therein lies the crux. I have to accept that each member has considered this themselves. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, I don't recommend going into closed session. What I will point out to council is, should this motion be passed, it's just to provide direction to staff to prepare a bylaw. So there is no final decision that is being made tonight. And I think that's very clear. But the other thing I want to note is by Councillor Broderick's own admission, he has contacted the Integrity Commissioner, and certainly that's not something that I've been privy to, but it's something that Councillor Broderick just mentioned a few moments ago. So I think we have to trust colleagues that they have taken the steps necessary to make sure that the decision making and the integrity process of that decision making will be upheld.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Patterson, once again.
Yes, I agree with that. And I put my trust in Councillor Broderick and at the conversation that I had with him a week and a half ago, I guess, John. So I have no issue with John's integrity or his intentions. My concern with the decision-making process, but I'll make that my last comment on this.
All right, because right now we're just having discussion on your point of order, Councillor Patterson. So if we're comfortable that the point of order has been handled, anybody else with any questions on this point? Nobody else? And Councillor Leishman's not in my frame. There she is. Hi. Okay. Now that you're back, I'm just checking. Because this is important. I want to make sure everybody is paying attention. All right. So Councillor Patterson, we've addressed your point of order, and we'll ask for you to remove the motion. Fair enough. Mr. Patterson, you're removing.
So the motion doesn't rise.
Thank you very much. All right. So Council, we'll have a discussion then about the motion as presented, and Councillor Broderick's obviously available to answer some questions about some of the content in here. So I'm asking for any members of council with any further questions. Councillor Walker, go ahead, then Councillor Lamers.
Thank you, Your Worship. The reason I seconded this motion is in 2003, we had a presentation and we looked at ATVs. We looked at all of Clearview, and out of that came just some specific roads. I think it's time to relook at this process, especially because our neighboring municipalities have opened their doors. By saying that, though, I think that we have an opportunity to develop a report and a possible draft bylaw to give us an indication by staff if this is something that we can proceed with. That was part of the reason why I seconded it. It's not a final tonight. It was to give staff direction to look at a report, to come back to us with the idea is it all roads? Do we specify certain roads to give us a connecting link around municipalities through the township? Or does it say, no, there's nothing available? So I thought it was an opportunity for us to advance ourselves from 2003 or 2004 decision, get ourselves up 16 years into the future and have a look to see. There are lots of ATVs that are within the town of Stayner. They are up and down these roads mostly every day. They are in line. They are courteous. They're no noisier than the trucks and the cars with the wild mufflers and exhausts that rumble and roar. And the motorbikes do the same. But I just felt it was our opportunity for us to look ahead to see if times have changed enough to move forward or not. That's the reason I second this motion, just to get us the staff report and to see if how that would work out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Walker. There was no questions there, so we'll go to Councillor Lamers next. Councillor McKechnie, I had you down earlier and I missed you. Did you put your card up to speak? You did. So I'm going to put you right after Councillor Lamers. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Lamers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple questions. You're asking for permission on our township roads, not county or highways. How do you plan on crossing or getting permission to cross the highways or the county roads? And secondly, how is this going to be patrolled? The snowmobile clubs have, or used to have, wardens patrolling some of the roads.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Deneen, your microphone's still open, so just letting you know we can hear you. Thank you. Councillor Lamers, I appreciate your question. And Councillor Broderick, would you be able to respond to that? Councillor Broderick? Yeah, your microphone is not turned on, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Lamers had a couple of questions for you there. Would you be able to respond to some of those questions?
Thank you, Your Worship. What was the first question, John?
You're asking permission on the township roads. How are you going to address the county or the highways?
Okay. That's actually already addressed through Regulation 31603. In terms of crossing roads, that's already allowed. In terms of accessing any roads, that would be something that the county would deal with, and this has nothing to do with that. And in terms of the patrols, the roadways are currently patrolled by the OPP, and this would be no different than any other vehicle. If you were, and that actually goes the same for snowmobiles as well. If you're talking about off-road and trails where the snowmobile clubs have wardens, the same would go for this as well.
So now with the ATVs running around on our roads, it's a gray area. They're talking to people saying they can charge them, but it's a gray area. So by passing this bylaw, that would allow the OPP to start charging people that aren't licensed and insured for the roads.
They can.
Go ahead.
Sorry, they can charge them right now. And quite frankly, I believe they should be charging them. If they're not licensed and they have no insurance, they should not be there. This would help us regulate the use, though. It's happening. It's going to happen whether we pass this or not. I firmly believe that this would give us more tools to deal with.
Yeah, this would help us in the long run.
I believe so.
So do I.
Thank you, Councillor Lamers. Are you completed? Thank you. Councillor McKechnie is next. Looking for any other cards for people to speak. I see the deputy mayor. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. McKechnie, go ahead, and then Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and once again, thank you to all the residents that emailed, phoned, or spoke to me on this issue. I've got a few notes here. That's why I'm looking down at my desk. Probably received, a couple hundred emails, and in total. Last night, I spent several hours with Deputy Mayor Burton, and we went through the emails. fully 2/3 of the emails that we had did not support this motion. They were dead against it. So to Councillor Broderick's, the first line in his recommendation, it says, the citizens of Clearview Township have repeatedly requested ATV and side-by-side access to all roads in Clearview. Well, not all the citizens have asked for it. Obviously, 2/3 of them that have responded didn't want it. Secondly, and I take great offense to this, maybe I shouldn't, maybe I'm off base, but Councillor Broderick says that he uses COVID-19 to bolster his position. And I take offense to that he would use the COVID-19 pandemic to further his cause. I think this does a disservice to the thousands of people in this country who have died or are critically ill because of this disease. So all but in Ward 2, I've talked to dozens of people, all but 2 of them have told me that the township roads are not for the personal playground, they're not for the of the ATVs, and they're against it. This is the 3rd time apparently this issue has come before council. Once again, the majority of residents continue to oppose it. I don't want to waste tax dollars to support the motion. And also, as council rep for the Creemore BIA, I've heard loud and clear from them that they do not support it. They don't want ATVs on Mill Street. They've worked long and hard to create a charming small town atmosphere. They've got their own money at stake in their businesses there. And I'm sorry to say, but ATVs don't fit in on Mill Street. And I think we have to support the BIA. Lastly, and I could go on, but lastly, I'm concerned that Councillor Broderick has dropped the nuclear option on us. This is an all or nothing motion. Now, I know that Councillor Walker said, oh, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. The motion is a nuclear option. It's all or nothing here. He wants all the roads, all the road allowances, the trails and everything. He wants them all open. And I think if he had come to us and we put our big pants on as councillors and worked as adults, if he had come to us and said, look, the current road system for ATVs is not working. Let's have a public meeting. Let's have a workshop. Let's talk about this with the support of staff and maybe revise the routes. I might have been able to go for that, but the nuclear, there's no way I can support this motion. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor McKechnie. I'll apologize on behalf of Councillor Deneen, who is having difficulty with her computer that she cannot shut off her microphone. So I'm sure
I won't take it personally. I don't take it personally.
Not a problem. Thank you, Councillor Deneen and Councillor McKechnie. Very good. I have Deputy Mayor Burton next. I'm just looking for anybody else who has comments, as well as to remind you that the Deputy Director is here. Okay, Mr. Broderick, did you want to respond to one of those questions that came up? Is that what you're looking for? Yes, okay, I appreciate that. So I'll give you that opportunity as we go along with some of these questions that are brought forward. So you're the mover, so please go ahead there, Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, I want to respond to all of them. The 2/3 that you got, Doug, I can appreciate that. The emails and all of the contact I got was very different than yours, obviously. As far as the COVID-19, I firmly believe that if we were to look at this from a logical perspective, everything I read on the subject, and I have read a considerable amount on the subject, leads me to believe that if we were more open and traveling in more open conveyances, then the spread would be less. You can take that any way you want, but I believe that. As far as the roads used as a playground, that's not even part of this. The intention was never to use the roads as a playground, just a means to an end, a means to get from one place to another If we take some of the roads out, the problem is then we're saying no to some of the residents, then they don't have access. And that becomes a whole difficult thing. I am disappointed in the BIA's stance. I've seen this all the way around the province. I've seen where it was opened and welcomed, and the difference that it makes. And I believe they're not seeing the big picture here, but that's their decision.
You comfortable, Mr. Broderick? Thank you. Mr. Burton is next, and then who else is after that? Can I just look for calls? Ms. Deneen? All right, Mr. Burton and Ms. Deneen, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I want to start off by saying it became apparent to me that the public was not aware that this motion was coming forward. For whatever reason, they were not aware. So I'm sure you are aware that I put an ad in the paper, in the Echo, stating the fact that this would be coming to council. I didn't put any suggestion whether in favor or against. I just said, give us your opinion. So out of that, I got inundated with emails. I'll tell you exactly that 124 emails I received, still more than the 87, 127 emails. So I asked Councillor Doug McKechnie to come over last night and help me read through these emails. So we went through the emails. Out of the 124, 78 were opposed, 46 were in favor. But then we went through and determined how many were actual residents, gave their address, indicated they were residents of Clearview. So that brought us down to 104 actual that we could confirm are residents. And it was 64 against and 40 in favor. So it's still, you know, an overwhelming amount of residents who are not supporting this. Now, it is not just the people from Creemore. And Councillor McKechnie can confirm this. It's from all over the township. It's from Ottawa. It's from Sunnydale Township. It's from Nottawasaga Township, and New Lowell, everywhere. We got responses from many people all over the township saying they do not support this. Please don't let this happen. And I know that Councillor McKechnie can confirm that because he was with me when we read through all these emails. The comments I do want to make is I can appreciate what Councillor Broderick is trying to achieve, but here's the reality. 2-3 years ago, against my better judgment, I supported allowing a route so that the ATVs could get through Clearview, get from trail to trail, and get through Clearview. So we created a special route for them to follow. And that took a lot of work, and staff did a great job. The problem is it's not being obeyed. We have ATV drivers driving everywhere throughout the township on roads they're not supposed to be on. They drive by my front door every day. They're trespassing. I get several emails about their trespassing, several comments about kids underage, adults driving with youth between their legs, not wearing helmets. They are just been plain reckless, just reckless. They're not respecting the guidelines we gave them. We gave them an opportunity, and they're not respecting those. And it's creating a problem. And the private property has been an issue. I've heard it from quite a few emails that we got. And the regulation states that each township can decide whether they want or not to ride on the shoulders of the road. Well, the reality is most of our roads don't have shoulders. Some do, most of them don't. In your motion, Councillor Broderick, you talk about road allowances and stuff like that. Well, I can name several road allowances that are not within the existing trail route and are within the NEC road allowance. And ATVs are not a permitted use in NEC territory. So if we were to pass this motion, we would actually be putting forth a motion where we're allowing ATVs that we're trying to override NEC jurisdiction. And in fact, NEC jurisdiction overrides what we can do. So for that reason, I find it's not a responsible thing to do to support this motion. The other thing is we can't patrol it now. The police can't patrol it. We're having problems with these ATVs tearing up and down the street, the noise, and just a disregard, the general disregard for following speed limits, staying to where they have to be. We can't control it now. If we think by allowing them to go everywhere, it's just going to be a bigger problem. We're going to get more and more complaints. I suggest that we stay to what we have, allow them to stay to the routes, and the ATV members need to put a stronger effort on getting their members to start behaving themselves and following the rules that we have. When they can show us they can follow the rules and stick to the routes, then maybe we can look at expanding. I talked to the county today, and I talked to General Manager Korolnik, and who's head of engineering. They are allowing ATVs just across the roads where they have to get from one trail to another trail. But as far as the trails in the forest, Simcoe County Forest, they have allowed trails, limited trails. They're very restrictive. You can go on this trail only. You can't go there. You can't go there. So if the county of Simcoe is restricting where they can go within the forest, why would we give them carte blanche to go everywhere throughout this township? It just doesn't seem right. And at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to our taxpayers, to our residents. And our residents are saying, and I tell you, our residents aren't near as organized as the ATV people are. So there was all kinds of Facebook things put on and telling people to send emails and all that stuff. And I appreciate that they have that. But I tell you that as an owner of a recreational vehicle, mainly a boat, I own a boat, it's not the township's responsibility to create a lake for me to use it. Same when you buy an ATV, which is an all-terrain recreational vehicle, then you need to go a place where you can use it. And that's our existing trails or the roads where you're allowed, or you go somewhere where you are allowed to use it and drive everywhere. It's not the township's responsibility to provide a playground for the toys that these people want to buy. And Councillor Broderick's comments about it's not meant to be a playground. The reality is that's what's happening. Our roads have turned into a playground for these ATVers. They're not obeying the rules. They're not respecting what we have given them and the allowances we've given them. I cannot support this motion at all.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. You've got lots in there. Obviously, I'll go to Councillor Broderick here in a moment. He does want to respond. I just want to review, if I may, so that everybody understands the speaking orders coming up next. I have Councillor Deneen. I did see Leishman flash your card. Did you want to go? Yes. And then I have Councillor Patterson. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Broderick first. If that's okay, Councillor Broderick will go first because he does want to be able to respond. And when you have a notice of motion at this council, you bring forward that information and you got to make that argument. So, Councillor Broderick, would you like to respond to some of the concerns brought forward?
I would. Thank you, Your Worship. As far as ATVs everywhere, yeah, they have been for 40 years. They've been part of rural Ontario for 40 years. In 2003, when Regulation 316 came through, there were a lot of ATVers that didn't want that to be done. They preferred to fly under the radar. There were a lot of people, myself included, that thought it should be done properly. And if it was done properly, then this would lessen. As the no helmets, the youth operating the machines, that's an issue. The general disregard that you speak of, that's a very interesting thing. When you lump all that together, what I've seen all the way around the province is, and it's easily identified and easily remedied by doing just what we're doing. Without this, what you have out there are the folks predominantly that do not have as much regard for rules, for law. What we're trying to do is level the playing field, is just fix an issue that's been burning away for, well, since 2003. Until we actually address this, the concerns that you have, and I appreciate your concerns, they're going to continue. And from what I have seen elsewhere in the province, they don't get better until you address it. This is a means of addressing that. And when you talked about more complaints, no, it doesn't work that way. In the municipalities that have passed bylaws, and by the way, 2/3 of the province had done that even prior to Regulation 31620 and its eventual implementation. When they brought forth an ATV and side-by-side approval bylaw, the complaints went down. They did not go up. And when you were discussing the county, you made it sound like the county was restricting ATV trails and access. That's simply not true. The county now has given the local club 42 tracks that they are able to develop trails in. That's up from 8 that they had 3 years ago. So it's going the very opposite way. And getting back to the concept of this, the province disagrees with you as well. Otherwise, they would not have enacted Regulation 31520. It's been debated there at great length. Most of the municipalities agree with them. I firmly believe it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Again, we have a speaking order, and I will, at the end of the speaking order, we'll go around again. So I will ask, because this is a fulsome discussion we need to have. Councillor Deneen is next, then Leishman, and then Patterson. Councillor Deneen?
Thank you, Your Worship. Am I speaking too loudly or?
No, please go right ahead. You sound great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So under the Ontario provincial ruling, existing rider safety requirements state that a rider must be 16 years old and hold at least 16 years old and hold a valid G2 or M2 license. I know from experience that if a 16-year-old goes for a G2 license, they have to be 17, or they have to be 16 years, 8 months if they got in to do this when they were right at 16. And they have to do driver training. They have to wear seat belts, do all the approved motorcycle helmet, the whole bit. The speed limits, they're always less than posted. If it's a 50 km/h, it's only 20 kilometers for an ATV. And if it's anything else, it's 50 kilometers. They, of course, as everyone's saying, they only travel on the shoulder. But where the shoulder's not available, if they don't have a shoulder, they have to, like the bicycles, ride on the most right portion of the roadway and go in the same direction as traffic. They have to have a permit and wear seat belts. The thing that I found interesting, the number of occupants is limited to the number of available seating positions.
If it's a single passenger one, there's only one person, no passengers. You are not allowed on the road with any passengers under 8 years of age. That's section 19.3 of the Highway Traffic Act, and it's regulated by the police. So if anybody out there sees anybody with their kids on it, not wearing their helmets, one more time, you call the OPP at 1-888-310-1122. They've got to be registered and plated and be insured. This gives the OPP a chance to deal with the offenders. My son and his friends were stopped by the OPP. My son was the only one with licensed insurance and plated, of course. And the other two were charged because they weren't valid. My son, which was really nice, got charged with a muddy license plate. Now, this gives the police the opportunity to actually ascertain who owns them. If a parent is buying a vehicle for a child, the onus should be on the parents to look after them. I don't, unfortunately, Councillor Broderick, agree with the full opening of the township. I'm looking forward to hearing from staff and finding out what their report would say about that. There is significant wetlands around, and wetlands have always been a draw for these things. But I also know quite a few responsible adults that would love to see this happen. And that's where I'm at with it. I want people to think about not telling people what they should do, but instead giving them the opportunity to do what they feel is right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deneen. I don't see Mr. Broderick. Are you looking for anything on that? Is there any comment that you'd like to add on that? No?
The only thing I would say, I would expand on Councillor Deneen's discussion there. It's one thing I omitted in earlier. In Regulation 316.03, it does state the right-hand portion of the roadway or shoulder if possible.
I did mention that, yes. Yeah. Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you. Our next is Councillor Leishman. Councillor Connie Leishman, nice to have you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to John. John, I would like to support this, but I can't support it on all the roads. But this is a staff report. So if staff brings a bylaw forward and we don't appreciate it, we really don't agree with it, we can always vote it down then. And I think I will wait to do that then. But I could never support opening all our roads. I think we need to get roads, maybe if you need a bit more connection, yes. But opening all our roads would lead to a lot of heartache for a lot of people, which I've read in the emails. The interesting thing is the emails that I got from my constituents in Ward 6, I would say obviously, no, the majority of them did want it. There was only one email that didn't. So but I'm in a different area. I'm in a rural area. There are a lot of dirt roads out here that are really good for ATVs, and ATVs are good on them. I really don't want to see them in our main streets. I don't want to see them in our settlement areas. But I don't mind opening a few more roads. And if we could do the road allowances and accesses and aren't being used, I'm okay with that if that gives them a little more space. But I'd like to get them out of our forests for sure, and because they don't stay on the trails all the time. And I'm not really happy with that. It's the environment that I'm thinking of. I will admit I did ride around in one. It was electric. It was very quiet and it didn't make any noise and it didn't pollute. If we can make a bylaw that said only electric ATVs are allowed on the road side by sides, I'm good with that. But I don't think that'll be possible. But I will support this just to see what staff comes up with, but I hope they don't open all the roads completely. I just can't see that happening. I'm sorry.
All right, Councillor Leishman, thank you. Before you speak, Councillor Broderick, just a comment there that obviously our procedures would be that whatever council asks staff to do, they would then be professionals and prepare information from their professional abilities and then present it to us at council. I think Mr. Sage would, as our CAO, would probably object to our staff preparing the motion exactly as written, you know, from a motion like this. So I'm sure that if I may, I'll ask Mr. Sage to just comment on any type of work that our professional staff would do when considering creating a bylaw like this. We obviously wouldn't take it word for word from the notice of motion. Am I correct, Mr. Sage?
Yes, Your Worship. The bylaw obviously would not be word for word from the motion, but it would be staff's role to clearly create a bylaw that serves the intent of what you're looking for. The motion is relatively clear. It does say all township roads. And perhaps during the discussion, I'll get the opportunity to brief council on what happened last time. But during your debate, I'm pretty confident that staff are going to need some direction, because last time we were not provided with very much and it became extremely difficult to come up with a solution that was amicable to everyone. So although you may not decide to approve this motion, which clearly identifies all roads, if that is the case, that it is defeated, obviously if it's passed, we will move forward. If it's defeated, but you want something else, I would ask that council provide us with what that is. And I'm sure there's probably a lot of discussion.
Well, for sure there would be, Steve. Again, it's been my experience here that we do rely on the experience of our staff for both their knowledge and their technical abilities in all departments. So that's the professionalism that I would expect when writing this. However, I do defer to your comment that said that this currently says including all township roads, undeveloped road allowances from trail system. So because it would be in the motion, that's what you would be working from. So
yep.
Okay, that's good. Mr. Broderick, you were going to respond there. I just wanted to get that clarity in there to help with what was saying there. Go ahead, Mr. Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of things I wanted to respond to Connie's submission on. I can understand where you're coming from. Interesting thing is, though, Ward 6 is one of the areas where the trail actually runs through, and the majority of the residents in Ward 6 were in favor of it. Think about that for a minute. That speaks volumes. And it's typically what I've seen all around the province. Once it's there and people see it and understand that it's not the boogeyman they think it is, the acceptance actually is more universal. The other comment about out of the forest, Connie, I'm going to have to show you just how well done the trails are in the county forests. I think you would change your mind on that. They've done an excellent job there, and I think everybody should appreciate that. And to CAO Sage's comments, the intent of my motion, and maybe I could word it differently, but the intent of the motion was for all of the roads predominantly because I don't want to see people left out. And if you're going to do it piecemeal, it becomes a dog's breakfast in terms of trying to deal with it. The OPP wouldn't know what to do or how to deal with it, what roads are, what roads aren't. So that was the reasoning for that. If there are some legitimate reasons that something couldn't be, and I can't imagine what that would be at this point, then certainly I would be open to that. I'll leave
Okay,
it at
thanks.
that.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Speaking order I have is Councillor Patterson, then Burton, then McKechnie. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Patterson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just in general principles, what I'm hearing here is a lot of discussion about how a plan, a proposal would be put together. But that's not what we were presented tonight. What we were presented was essentially, let's take, I'll use the word the easy way out. I don't mean to be personally pejorative to John, but essentially it's too much of a bother to start specifying where they can go and where can't they go. So let's just say all. And then let's deputize our citizens for the enforcement, call the OPP, and let's ask a staff, okay, to make accommodation on our infrastructure to live with the direction that council might give if they pass this all or nothing proposal. And I don't mean to think that it has to be all or nothing. Once again, we've missed an opportunity as the council to exercise some good judgment by being informed by our experience. We talk about 2018, and we just used a good example through Councillor Broderick, that where we have enforced, where we have provided access, there are some measurements, some comments, some lessons to be learned, but we didn't see it in this proposal. Okay, we're kind of making this stuff up on the fly. So I don't think the onus should be on the staff, okay, nor should be on the council to put a proposal together by a community of people that have an interest in exploring Clearview and broadening their experience in Clearview without asking them to do their homework. Okay, if you have experience, tell us. Okay, if you think it'll be economically a benefit for our BIAs and our, well, I'll say BIAs because I can't see how you're going to help the Stayner Chamber on a highway. Then what are the numbers? Real numbers, real estimates. Go out and give us an idea so we can actually understand that, because our business people, who are the experts we will go to, don't believe that. Okay, we have two sets of customer data. We've heard Councillor McKechnie and the Deputy Mayor say, "Oh, this is what where the public stands," and then we have Councillor Broderick saying, "Oh no, it's quite different. We have just the opposite." I don't even know what opposite means, and I don't even know how a count of emails can possibly be used as a determinant. Okay, so we got public engagement issues related with this. We haven't given an actual list of the possible restricted areas. Where's the reasonableness in saying, I want all except the following areas that we just can't imagine being deployed? I will give you an example. If the BIA doesn't want it, they want it for a good reason. If they looked at the provisions that the province lays out, they say the shoulder. We say, well, the shoulder, it's kind of a flexible definition. Well, you look at a road that has property line to property line profile, that has boulevards, shoulders, curb line, and traveled portions, usually paved. I'll use the paved roads. All right. Where will the ATV go in that case? Well, they'll be on the shoulder. Show me a shoulder that's wide enough to accommodate an ATV on any length of time, any length of travel. And I'll say to you, that's an exception. It doesn't exist everywhere. Show me where the shoulder is on Mill Street. And if you stay to the extreme right, you're on the sidewalk. And if you use the excuse, well, there is no shoulder, you're on the traveled portion of the road. And if you're on the traveled portion of the road, you're not along the curb, you're right down the middle. Is that what we want? Is that what really we're looking for? So there's a lot to consider in this. As far as the province, we bring the province in here. If the province was so sure that this was a beneficial to everyone in their province and Ontarians would embrace this, they would have legislated the use of ORVs as a regulated motor vehicle, and we would have had to abide by that. Okay, but they know, and we know, that that's almost impossible. To know the detail you'd have to know to have a recreational vehicle on our public roads. Consider the liability. So they downloaded that or delegated it, depending on your mindset, to the municipalities. Okay, and we take the risk. We share the liability. Enforcement in the rurals is a major issue. It's not a sightseeing tourism issue. Okay, many of our complaints, some to my surprise, were from the farm community and the rural homes we have here. They see it as an infringement of their property. Some will have to build fence lines. So I really, this offering evidence in support of possibly a good idea, it tells me that we're not ready to consider this, neither council nor staff. We should be putting this back to the ATV club, okay? If you have all that data, you tell us, because this is a very important issue to our community. If there anyone doubts it, we've just had an informal public engagement. Not well organized as far as I was concerned, a lot of confusion about what we were going to do tonight, okay? Hopefully we have the same support when we actually have to consider one in a public meeting, in person, not on video meet, not on 68 emails of a partial list. So while I'm usually reasonable and try to accommodate a request, there's too much homework to do. I think you need to take it back, John, and really put a proposal together that we could consider.
Councillor Patterson, thank you. Mr. Broderick, would you like to jump in on any of the comments there?
Yeah, a little bit. I guess the question I really have for Councillor Patterson is, what makes us so different? Why are we and we alone different from the municipalities that surround us?
Councillor Patterson, that's an interesting question.
A very interesting question. Did you ask that of groups that have persuasion? They have the ability to move our council forward on issues. Did you ask the business community? And let's say you did. Where's the evidence? Where were they? Again, I can speak pretty clearly with the BIA. How many businesses saw their revenue? Right now, if there was any time, I take a little offense with the earlier judgment that was being made that you took advantage of the COVID. So I just want to make that clear. I think your intentions were maybe it was insensitive, but you weren't deliberately taking advantage of it. But I think just speaking to that, we're now trying to recover our economy. Okay, you would think businesses would embrace it. I haven't seen evidence of it. Maybe it's there, but I don't see it. And we can talk about it all night. So these are questions I think you should answer, not us try to come up with our own personal answers to that question. Then it sounds like we're just arguing. If we want to move this forward, put a proposal together, put something together, and not all encompassing. I will tell you as well, my own view, I don't see a full-on hard start on this. I see a soft start. If you think what you did in Ward 6 was a good thing, maybe you have to start considering in certain areas where you can win favor other places. Okay, but it certainly doesn't sound to me like our whole community has embraced this notion.
Councillor Patterson, thank you. Councillor Broderick, anything further?
Well, I appreciate Councillor Patterson's point of view. I still think we're so far behind the 8 ball here in comparison to everybody else. And I do have to admit, I'm actually quite shocked at the Creemore BIA's stance on this. I don't understand why they don't see the benefit of it, but be that as it may. Thank you.
Thank you. Just making some notes myself. My speaking order has Burton and then McKechnie. Mr. Burton, would you like to jump in? And I'm looking again, is there anybody else? I see Councillor Leishman has turned off her camera. So, okay. Deputy Mayor Burton and then Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, to council, make no mistake, this motion clearly states that staff is to prepare a report for all roads. It doesn't say come up with the solution, come up with something intermediate, come up with, which I know, which a couple of our councillors have thought, well, maybe staff will come up with something that's compromised. There is no compromise in this motion. That's why we need to defeat this motion, because it's clearly stating all roads, all road accesses, all unassumed roads, and that's where we have a problem. The other issue is, I repeat again, the NEC issue, that we would definitely cannot issue something that's going to contradict the NEC plan that's within our territory, because they overrule what we want. So to put something in that would contradict what's there would be bad governance for us and would not look good on us. It's well and fine to say, I heard Councillor, I'm sorry.
It's a long night. I appreciate it.
I know it's a long night. Councillor Deneen, sorry, Councillor Deneen talk about helmets and they have to have plated and they have to have this. The reality is that isn't happening. That isn't happening today. And we know we can't get the police here to deal with our speeding issues with vehicles that are allowed on the roads. And there's just no way the OPP, we're not set up to police this and to stop the arrogance of people who are trespassing. And I have to look at two of the letters that were very specific that were in our public thing. The one was from Austin Boak, who clearly stated, he's been a real estate agent in this area for 30 some odd years. He owns an ATV that he rides on his own property. But he went on to say that, if we allow this to happen, real estate agents will now have to declare openly that ATVs are allowed on the roads in this area, and that you could be part of an ATV route. And that will definitely affect property values. And I don't know about you, but there's a lot of big money up in the hills of Clearview, and they don't want the noise. They come up here from the GTA, they spend millions of dollars to buy property, and to turn around and think that these people are going to spend that kind of money to buy these properties when there's ATVs running all over the place. That isn't going to happen. The other letter I have to look at is from past councillor, Kevin Elwood, where he's had problems where they're trespassing onto his, onto his quarry there up the 6th line, and he told me they were actually had locks and they were cutting the chains and going in anyways, and just total disregard for what's private property. And then the question I'd like to ask is, what is our insurance company going to say when we start allowing ATVs point blank on all the roads? I'm sure But this joint and severe liability, we've already had a tragedy last year. It was killed on an ATV on one of our rural roads. And I tell you, it's bad enough with car accidents and stuff. We started introducing ATVs. I guarantee our insurance rates, I would ask the CAO to comment on that, but I would almost guarantee our insurance rates are going to be well affected.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just for clarity, I acknowledge Councillor Deneen. I saw your card for request. Thank you. And Councillor Broderick, I see it as well. However, the Deputy Mayor did have a question about joint and several liability, and I think that is a good thing that we could ask our staff to contribute here. Mr. Sage, do you have anything to add to that, or even our treasurer who deals directly with our insurance company? Mr. Sage, your comments on the ongoing provincial battle with joint and several liability.
Yeah, the joint and several liability issue would take another meeting or 10 more meetings, but for those that understand it. But with respect to our insurance rates, Your Worship, our insurance very seldom changes our rates based on an if. Yes, they do a risk assessment, so that's an if, I would call it. But our insurance rates are based on trends. So if we had 50 ATV accidents or 50 car accidents or 50 pedestrian accidents or cyclists or horses for that matter on our roads in 1 year, as an example, our rates would go through the roof. So, you know, the rates are not based on what ifs, they are based on trends. So to say that ATVs on our roads would change our rates, I disagree. You might argue that ATV rates on roads or horses or bicycles on roads will change our rates. That's possible. But our insurance rates are based on what happens in Clearview against the industry standard.
Thank you. The treasurer is there. Kelly, do you have anything to add to that statement?
Through Your Worship to Council, I would echo Steve's comments. Our insurance ratings are based on what happens, not an estimate of what might happen.
Okay. And we always try to negotiate the best rates we can. And so so far we've had good luck with that. So thank you for that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, I do have some cards that I've mentioned earlier. We are going to McKechnie next, and then Deneen and Broderick. And as always, I'll go to Broderick if he wishes to answer any of the questions or the concerns that were brought up directly. So you do. So go ahead, Mr. Broderick.
Yeah, just a few things. Regarding the NEC, personally, I think it's about time that those discussions were initiated. I would certainly like to see that happen. And in terms of when you're referring to just regular disregard, again, we're going back to there is no, in the areas you're talking about, there is no proper influence. If you look, and you can go anywhere around the province where systems have been developed, and especially when there is a club involved, the peer pressure and influence is quite an interesting factor and has some very, very interesting results. If you were to talk to, say, the town of Wasaga Beach about their experience, Springwater Township about their experience, that may change your opinion. I believe it would. And regarding the insurance issue, I've not seen that anywhere around the province. Any of where the rates went up where ATVs were allowed. That would be something I have never heard of.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Again, McKechnie, Deneen, and then Broderick again. Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I had a conversation with a resident, and he owns a business on one of the road allowances. And then he said that if this goes through, if the ATVs are allowed to use that road allowance, the province has told him that he will have to put a fence up around his business, and which will cost him about $15,000. So, but that's just an aside. I want to go back and just emphasize to the rest of council that what I said in the beginning, that this Councillor Broderick has presented us with the nuclear option. It's all or nothing. It says here that to direct staff to develop a report and a bylaw allowing ATV and side-by-side access to all roads, including undeveloped roads, road allowances, and trail systems. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's everything in there. So I think that Councillor Broderick should have come to us and said, look, you know, we should get surveys done. We can even do a referendum in the next election if need be. We need to have a public meeting. We need to have council workshops on this, you know, or a workshop to see to have input as to which roads are applicable. But instead, we've got this just open, everything wide open. And so I hope the rest of council realizes that this is all or nothing. You're not voting on something to, you know, just a few roads, or it's going to be adjusted here or there. This is the whole shebang. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deneen is next. You disappeared. She was there. There she is. Hello.
Sorry, I'm still playing with this.
That's okay. Actually, can I stop you for just a minute, Councillor Deneen? I just want to confirm for the continuing the quorum here. Councillor Leishman, I believe you're still on board, but your camera and microphone are both turned off. And Councillor Patterson has been popping in and out. I know that. I just want to confirm that Councillor Leishman, yes, there you are. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that we are still remaining. All 9 members of council are here. And that's okay if councillors want to turn off their camera during this process. I understand that. So thank you, Councillor Leishman. Sorry to bother you. Councillor Deneen, please go right ahead.
I keep waiting for, and I'm sorry I'm not better at it, a friendly amendment to this regarding what we seem to be struggling over, the undeveloped roads and the road allowances. As far as I'm concerned, through you to the deputy mayor, some of us are lucky enough to own acreage. I happen to, but many are not. They don't have a place to run their ATVs. The arguments regarding trespassing are the same as speeding. It will always be there. Hopefully, well, no, I wouldn't even say hopefully. It's still going to have the bad apples. The people that are asking for this are responsible people that look after their vehicles and just want access to go from point A to point B. And everybody I know has permission to go on the properties they go on, or they would never do that. These people are responsible for their own actions, including going down gravel roads at excessive speeds. And that's going to be their own demise if that be the case. You also mentioned real estate values. I'm sorry, I do not agree with that whatsoever. If anything, if you talk to the agents, and I have today, I've talked to 3 different agents at Wasaga Beach, nothing to do with the values of property or anything. In fact, it is a selling feature. It is an asset to them down there in Wasaga Beach. I can't speak for Springwater, but the only thing I was kind of hoping was someone who has a little bit more wherewithal could come up with a friendly amendment so we could possibly just get on with this. Thank you.
Okay, so procedurally, if you're asking for a friendly amendment, could you suggest the friendly amendment? And then we would ask the mover and seconder if they agree to the friendly.
But I'm already the second. No, I wasn't. Okay, I didn't.
You're not the seconder.
Sorry, it has definitely been a long night. I'm so sorry.
It's been a long 72 hours for sure. Yes.
Can you just go ahead and maybe I can think about this just a little bit more? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Not a
Thank
problem.
you.
The next person on my list is Councillor Broderick. Back to you. Did you have anything more on your list of things you want to discuss there, Councillor Broderick?
At this time, I don't think so.
Okay. Is there any other members of council who wish to speak? I don't see McKechnie or Patterson, but I imagine they're there. If they wanted to speak, they jump in. Good. They're both there. Okay. How about I throw a couple of comments in there? I'll do this at this time. I believe this is, first of all, a very important issue. This is not something to be taken lightly. And so I'm taking my time to allow all members of this council to speak at all times, anytime you want. And in fact, you're welcome to interrupt me right now if you wish to jump in with any other comments. It is an important issue for sure. I first of all want to acknowledge that Councillor Broderick, like all members of council, have every right and every responsibility to bring forward notices of motion, of which he did. And it's my belief, of course, that he did it appropriately. That's why we received it at our last meeting. And that's why we're discussing it at this meeting. And all members of council have that opportunity. And many of you have taken advantage of that. And there's no kidding here at all, Councillor Patterson. You're very good at doing that. And so we appreciate you bringing those forward, Councillor Patterson. So you've been a leader in bringing forward these type of things. And so thank you for that. I want to acknowledge the Deputy Mayor for taking the step to put an ad in the paper. It is disappointing that we have discussed this issue going back into June at this roundtable. It's disappointing that we did not get the perhaps extensive media coverage that then would have brought attention to this, and we would have all received information and emails and concern from our community, both for and against. We would have been receiving it since June. So I want to acknowledge that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for putting the ad in the paper, which frankly got the attention of a lot of people. I also want to acknowledge Chris Waldy, who put together his presentation. And you know, it is a good presentation. I encourage any members of the public to go back and review it and see what he put together in his PowerPoint, as well as his work to create a petition. You know, the act of petitions and presenting them to council is actually a little convoluted now. The procedures, because of our municipal act and responsibilities that our clerk could tell you all about, is a little bit complicated when it comes to receiving official petitions, because they absolutely have to include their name and address, etc. On the petition, and the petition then has to be clearly described and laid out to make it an official petition to receive municipally. The petition online, though, did show up with upwards of 1,000 signatures that were in favor of this, and I appreciate that the Deputy Mayor and Councillor McKechnie reviewed a lot of the emails to create that list, which I believe the Deputy Mayor said something in the neighborhood of 2/3 were opposed, with 1/3 in favor. Interesting that a lot of the emails that I have received are very much in favor of doing an opening of the roads. I have seen a couple of emails, to be fair, which had to do with some of our trail systems and not having them access on trails, and certainly do want access for ATVs on our roads. I've also had emails and communications from people who are business owners to address Councillor Patterson's question about businesses, show us the data. I have had 2 emails from 2 separate restaurant operators who have both said that they would appreciate access, so that the ATVs would then have access to the urban centers of our community, of our beautiful Clearview, to have access to their restaurants. So that communication, I did receive that. So there was some evidence. I generally, you know, take all these emails and read them and consume the information and try to create the balance and from the people you both speak to, as well as the phone calls, as well as the email messages, you know, and then happening to run into people when you're filling up with gas and hear that conversation. So, you know, there's multiple ways that members of council receive input from the public. The responsibility, though, still lies with the 9 members here that are right now on the screen to make decisions on behalf of this municipality. And there are many ways to do it. And one of them is to bring forward notices of motion like this. And one of them is to, you know, we could have a plebiscite, as was mentioned earlier, about perhaps putting something on the future elections as a question. I think Councillor McKechnie mentioned that. So there's lots of ways to make decisions here as a municipality. I like to stick to some of the things that we have been doing. And certainly in my time here at Clearview Township, one of the things that I've been very much supportive of is doing any of our regulations apply to all of the township. You know, whether they be the fire bylaw or the dog licensing bylaw or anything, we apply equally our bylaw across all of the municipality. You know, when I first came on council, and Tom, you were there in 2006 and 7, we had a long debate about simply the water rates and how they were a little bit different in different places in our township. And that's one of the things we did. We brought it in together so it's all the same. So I think it's important that we continue down that road and that we make decisions that are for the whole township. So currently we have a regulation that was well vetted in 2003, 4, 18 to create the route that was prepared by our staff. And then that was fully debated at council and it did pass. So since then, like all of you, we hear from members of the public about whether it works or whether it doesn't work. And it's important for us to hear those things. One of the comments that I always fall back on, and that is that we're good neighbors here as Clearview Township. We work with our neighboring municipalities. Certainly at the county, that's something that I've learned, and I appreciate working with all the different leaders from various municipalities. But it is interesting to note that although, as Councillor Broderick points out, we have many of our municipal neighbors that have passed it, it's also interesting to note that about half of them haven't. So it's kind of a challenge, isn't it? That this is really a split issue. And I believe this is, it's not going to change. I think it's always going to be split. I think that this issue is always going to be a split issue. So I think that there's a lot of work that we've done here. And I think the question of what we can do as a council, you know, we simply have to accept or ask ourselves, do we accept ATVs as transportation? You know, we look at our community as an agricultural community, that ATVs are used for agricultural purposes. Absolutely, you see them out there. Councillor McKechnie, you sent a notice around to members of council earlier today, just to comment that it's a non-starter because ATVs are exempt as agricultural vehicles. There's yes and no to that. As I understand it, they of course have to be licensed and insured, and you have to wear a helmet when you're operating an ATV on a road at any time. So I would hope that the farm community recognize that helmets are a critical part of operating an ATV. So, you know, I can appreciate in a farm on a hot day when you're doing the haying that maybe you don't put on your helmet, but that's on your own private lands. If you're going to go out on the roads, you got to meet all those requirements. You got to be insured, licensed, and helmet, etc. So, do we accept ATVs as transportation in our community? That's the question. And so, I think it's interesting that the province has downloaded a lot of responsibility to us. Obviously, the province has been dealing with this, as Councillor Broderick pointed out, for over 40 years. You know, they've had to establish the rules and look at the Motor Vehicle Act and to see how these machines fit in. Machines evolve, cars have evolved, certainly motorcycles have evolved. I don't know if they're evolving forward or backwards, but certainly they've evolved. And the province has taken some action to help correct or bring some clarity to the ATV issue, as Councillor Broderick has pointed out in his motion. I've got a couple of other smaller comments I'd like to make, but I do have a couple of questions for our staff. And so I'll go to that unless there's anybody who has any other comments right now. If I can ask anybody else. Okay. Oh, we do have some. Okay, so I got Deneen and then McKechnie, and I'm going to ask Mr. Deputy Director Perot to join us here in a moment. So I'll go with Deneen first, and then we'll go to McKechnie, please.
Okay, so I'm wondering again about this friendly amendment. The last paragraph that of your notice of motion, John. Therefore, be it resolved that council direct staff to develop a report and a draft bylaw to provide ATV and side-by-sides greater access to Clearview Township roads, including undeveloped roads and road allowances and trail systems. With reference to the bylaws adopted by the town of Wasaga Beach and the township of Springwater as a guide, and further to bring the bylaw to council within 30 days for further discussion.
Okay, so Councillor Deneen, I recognize that. I've wrote that down quickly, that you've added direct staff to develop a report and a draft bylaw. And then you've completed the rest of the sentences by saying for further discussion.
Yes, to provide ATV and side-by-side greater access to Clearview Township roads, including undeveloped roads and road allowances and trail systems.
So you've, sorry, I missed when you omitted the word allowing. So to provide.
And with reference to or in or reference to the bylaws, with reference to the bylaws adopted by the town of Wasaga Beach, on and for further discussion in 30 days for further discussion. And I'm only including the undeveloped roads and the road allowances and the trail systems. I'm including those just because they may be a way of connecting two spots. That's what I'm thinking in this. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so did everybody write that down? Are you guys comfortable with how that went down? So we can ask the mover and seconder if they're comfortable with Councillor Deneen's friendly. Let's be friendly here, folks. Councillor Broderick.
Actually, yes, I'm good with that that friendly amendment.
All right, and Councillor Walker?
Yes, your worship, but it's still 30 days and I'm not sure 30 days can be, that timeline can be met. And I'm wondering if that should be a longer timeline for staff instead of 30 days. That's my only other concern with the friendly, that I think we should be looking at a longer time frame. 30 days to me is pretty tight.
What would you suggest?
Yeah, let's hear it. What would you
maybe,
suggest?
I'm sorry, through to Steve Sage, through your worship to Steve Sage, what does he think a reasonable amount of time would be?
Mr. Sage?
So your worship, so the 30 days doesn't happen to land on a council meeting. Right now, even the way the resolution is written, and Dan and Mike and all the other staff speak up, but quite frankly, it's a pretty easy bylaw to write right now, because you are including everything. You're not giving us any direction as to what the report is supposed to contain. Right now, the report is going to contain some information around signage, perhaps, or publications. But the direction is for roads. Sorry, Mayor, everybody's got their hands up, so I'll be quiet. Go ahead, Pam.
That's okay. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. So we'll go to the clerk, and I did see Mike Ron in there too, and I know Dan is still waiting for my question. So we'll go to the clerk first.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. So I think, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, but I think the intent of Councillor Dineen's amendment, the friendly amendment, was to allow greater access. So it's not to allow all access, it's just to allow greater access. So there would be some routes that would have to be defined by staff.
Councillor Dineen, is that what we're talking about?
That is exactly it. Thank you, Pam.
Okay.
Your Worship, can I here? Your Worship, can I butt in? It's past 9:30. I think we have a procedure at 9:30, don't we?
Yeah, we do have a procedure at 9:30, so I'll call upon the clerk to pull that procedure and get it ready. And while she does that, I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Okay. Just in terms of what the clerk just said, in order to allow greater access to tonight undefined roads, I can't imagine that our staff wouldn't have to consult with the ATV clubs. Now, you may have personal knowledge and all that sort of thing, but you surely wouldn't want to come back with a list of what we think would be greater access without having talked to the ATVs. As a matter of fact, I think the ATV community would probably come and talk and try to influence our staff. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's too vague for me.
Too vague. You're too vague because they removed the word all, just saying greater. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you missed my point earlier. Is I don't think the onus should be on the staff or council to come up with the roads. If this friendly amendment is conceding that it can't be all, then it's a recognition of that it can't be all. So tell us what you think serves you best. Go back, do your homework. And I will say personally, it won't be a lot more than you've got. So it better be prime routes so that we can gain experience as we go along. This will be a multi-year advancement of their experience, if at all.
Wow. Okay. I hear you, and I understand that. Okay, I got to go to Pam first. Thank you, Pam.
So we just need a motion, Your Worship, to extend the time past 9:30.
Can I have a mover? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Broderick. Members of Council, you heard the direction from the clerk and the motion. Can I have your indication? Those in favor? Thank you, Councillor McKechnie. Good job. Motion carried. I appreciate you bringing it up, though, Councillor McKechnie. And by the way, I appreciate all members of council that are still here on paying attention to this very important issue. Okay, so we're at a point where we have a bit of a discussion about a friendly amendment. Councillor Broderick, you've heard the friendly amendment, and then Councillor Walker has supported it, but I'd asked for a change. And then we had Councillor Patterson concerned about the friendly. And then I have the card open up for the Deputy Mayor. So I want to just confirm that's where we are. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm with Councillor Patterson on this. It's too much like the original motion. I think we need to defeat this motion or the revised motion and let the ATV people come back to us down the road, whether it's 60 days, 90 days, they can, I'm sorry, ask for a motion of reconsideration, and they can bring, but then they can bring information and they can bring recommendations. Just changing the word from all to greater access. It's not enough. It's too big. I agree with Councillor Patterson, and I know that's how I feel. And that's, I think the rest of us at council should be looking at that. I think that the ATV people have a responsibility. I think we have a responsibility as council to defeat this. And then the ATV people have a responsibility to come back with a significant plan and significant answers to the issues that are brought up, so we can relook at it. And as Councillor Patterson said, this is not going to be a quick fix by any means.
Understand. All right, Mr. Broderick, he can pick up the ball on this, and we'll go to McKechnie.
Yeah, totally disagree with those last comments. Again, this is dealing with the residents. If you're going to pick and choose, and you're going to, as Councillor Patterson said, limit it to very few more than what's there, that won't satisfy the intent of the motion. It won't satisfy the residents. Yeah, that just won't work.
All right.
You're back in the same thing. You're going to have pockets and areas where people have ATVs that can't get access. You're going to see the continued issues that the deputy mayor was talking about. It doesn't resolve anything.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then I don't think we have a friendly amendment then. Am I right, gentlemen, ladies?
Well, I'm good with the friendly amendment, but to water it down any further, I got a real problem with it.
Okay. And so Councillor Walker is the second.
Yeah, I mean, I could go with 30. I just didn't know if 30 was, if they needed more than 30 days. That's my only question. I'm fine with the friendly amendment. Leave it at 30 days then.
Okay, Mr. Sage.
So, Your Worship, I didn't get an opportunity to answer your previous question, so maybe I'll take the opportunity now.
Please do.
So I don't believe 30 days will work, Council, because we just won't be back in 30 days because there's just not enough council meetings to meet that specific requirement. Perhaps if you could, more to the point of, put a date of a council meeting, that might give us, just by default, a few more than 30 days. I don't think we'll make it back to the August meeting. And the second thing is I'd want to reach out to Dan and Mike. What are your thoughts on the ability to prepare that report? I have no idea how long that would take, but I'm pretty confident we would not make the 30-day threshold. Just my comment.
Okay, so the 30-day threshold, Councillor Broderick and Walker, has been put out by the staff as a non-start. So can you give me a date that you can make a friendly amendment to?
I would suggest that we put that question to perhaps Mr. Perot and see what he would suggest in terms of a realistic date.
Okay.
Not hard.
All right.
I'm not stuck fast on 30 days.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
I'm looking at September 28th is the council meeting. That's the last one in September. Or you could go October 5th or October 26th. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just want time to be allowed to deal with it, not rush.
All right, so September 28th is a good recommendation. As an aside, it would be our hope that we would be able to be meeting in chambers by that point. How about that? How about that, Council? Wouldn't that be something? We'd be looking at each other at 10 o'clock at night. How's that? Anyway, just teasing. Mr. Perot, can you answer some of these questions? And Mr. Ron is there too. First of all, the question on the timing to be able to prepare a bylaw and prepare a report based on September 28th. First of all, is that a reasonable target for your staff, you and your staff to do? Mr.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly, I would appreciate that timeline. It's more in the 60 days, more than 30 days. If I'm going to consult with staff from Township of Springwater and perhaps Township of Wasaga Beach and find out what their process is and their decision-making process was for allowing, which streets, how they put their reports together, how, did they consult with the with the ATV clubs, et cetera, et cetera. So, that in the, we're looking at closer to 60 days instead of 30 days. I think that would be plenty of time. And then, working with council as far as possible routes, before we come back to council, that may help as well.
Okay, so then I'm still on a point of our friendly amendment. Are we comfortable with September 28th, Mr. Broderick, Mr. Walker?
I am.
Okay, so there you go. The emotion still stands then, ladies and gentlemen, with the changes that have been put forward as a draft bylaw, and to provide ATV and side-by-side greater access to roads of Clearview Township, including undeveloped road allowances, trail systems. I've missed the last there. I did stroke it out, but I didn't write a word in right there. I must have missed it. So I'll need somebody to reread this once we get to it. Okay. Don't go away, Mr. Perot, because I still have questions for you. Mr. McKechnie?
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'm just going to get this in. I think we're doing a grave disservice. We're disrespecting the citizens of Clearview by at least not going to a public meeting, to letting them come in and give their viewpoints. Anyway, but when we do get to a vote, Your Worship, I would like it to be recorded.
Don't worry, I will be asking for a recorded motion on this already. Excuse me, I'm just having something to eat here. Mr. Perot, I'm going to ask you about the provincial regulations. As I was saying earlier in my comments, the province has taken the responsibility to establish the rules for us, and now they've then taken some action as a province to make some changes. Can you outline what that Bill 107 and the results of that are at this time, from a point of view of status, is where we are with this bill, Mr. Perot?
Yes, certainly, Your Worship. So if council is familiar, Bill 107 and the regulations that would accompany that, the changes to the Highway Traffic Act. Currently, the Highway Traffic Act is that ATVs are not permitted on roadways unless there is a bylaw that would permit them. That's the short answer of that. The changes to that regulation would reverse that decision, and the Highway Traffic Act would be changed to say that ATVs are permitted on roadways unless there is a bylaw that would prohibit that access. So it's essentially a reversal of what the rules are now. But that would be for municipalities that do not have a bylaw. So since Clearview Township has a bylaw that would restrict ATV use to certain roads, then we would stick with that bylaw.
So to be clear, that would mean that the January 2021 or some date after that point, when the legislation is completely written, that our current legislation would continue to be valid and would be supported by the provincial government. Okay, I just want to be clear so everybody understands and appreciates that.
That is correct, and that is the targeted date is January 1st, 2021 for the changes to take effect. But again, I can confirm that, and maybe that's part of my research that I do. I do have contact at the MTO that I have discussed this previously with as recently as March. So I can follow up with my contact at the MTO just to make certain that my interpretation of that regulation is correct, and that our bylaw still would be in effect regardless of the regulation changes to the Highway Traffic Act.
Okay, that's understood. Anybody else with any further comments? I'm looking around the table. Okay, I'm going to finish up with some of my comments, and then I'm prepared to call the motion here soon if this table is ready for it. I mean, I'm asking if there's anybody else. trying to be respectful to give everybody the opportunity to speak. I want to comment, thank you, Mr. Perot, by the way. I want to comment on the words that Councillor Deneen said. I wrote it down. He said, there's a whole lot of responsible adults out there that would love the opportunity to be responsible and drive on our roads. You said that, and I think that's a really good comment. I also find that it's interesting that we also have dealt with a whole lot of bad apples that are ruining a lot of things. And some of the emails that we received from the public, as Councillor McKechnie points out, brought it forward that there was even incidences just this weekend of ATV riders acting poorly. And the chap showed a couple of photographs of the ATV riding on County Road 9. Well, I zoomed in the best I could with my camera, and I didn't see any licensing or anything on that vehicle. And so the bad apple is out there that he's just not behaving or doesn't care. He's just riding his machine. And the enforcement factor is so low that they get away with it. The challenge there, of course, is that the public see that. We're having this discussion about ATVs. What does he do? He contacts us. He sends us the email on that when it's the OPP that need to be contacted. You know, we've had a great discussion about the OPP and how they are not helping us so much when it comes to speeding. I mean, I know they're doing what they can, and I appreciate the Strict is Fair program that's been launched about speeding. But it's all based on complaints that they receive in their 1-800 phone number. People need to call that number and make their complaints about bad drivers, whether they be in cars, motorcycles, ATVs, the bicycles. They need to make these complaints. And that's the disappointing factor, is that we as a council can't do anything about it. We simply can't. It's an OPP concern. It's enforcement that they have to do. And you know, we give them an awful lot of money every year, council. Our budgets right now are around $2.5 million that we spend on our OPP service. And yet we all know today that if we had a major occurrence happen in this community, somewhere in Clearview Township, that the resources of the OPP would be drawn upon to help us out. We truly would. But unfortunately, it's some of these minor things that they're just not there to help us out with because they're stretched so thin. And so enforcement is a huge concern. It's a big concern because we as council and our bylaw enforcement officers, we have no authority when it comes to the motor vehicles. We can't stop them. We can't detain them. We can't do anything. In fact, our bylaw enforcement officer, if you remember, I made a mention about them working with the fire department. So they work with the fire department and lay charges and do investigations and so on. But when it comes to motorized vehicles, the only way our bylaw team can lay a charge in regards to ATVs is if they happen to catch the guy stopped on the side of the road and they speak to him. And the guy or ladies or whoever gives the information, the driver gives information about his machine, or he collects evidence about them not being registered. You know, it's very frustrating because they're motorized vehicles. It goes for snowmobiles too. You know, I mean, in snowmobile world, there's a lot of guys who buy snowmobiles, never get them re-registered. They'll, you know, sleds change hands from one person to the next, and they never go into the MTO and actually fill out the paperwork and change the ownership. It's really disappointing. You know, that kind of behavior doesn't help a community, and it's really, really frustrating. But it is important to note that there are some very good people in our community. As much as we have to deal with some of the disappointing side of our community and members of our community who perhaps misbehave or take advantage or trespass, some of the trespassing concerns that brought up, you know, we do have some very good people in this community. And, you know, we need to acknowledge that. And it's so disappointing that some of our community has misbehaved to the point that it has destroyed something that's really good. And that's really disappointing to me. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how we can solve it. But we got to ask people if that's what they want as a community. If they want a community full of recklessness and so on all the time, or do we want to bring some order to the way we do things? I'm very supportive, obviously, of our traffic study that we're doing. That, you know, I want us to have to go through the process of getting that done. Then that way we can make some really good decisions based on evidence. And I appreciate what Councillor Patterson was saying about evidence. We don't have any numerical evidence on this because the ATVs are a mix of illegal operators and legal operators. And the other side of that, the legal operators, those that have been communicating with members of council to say that they're in favor of passing this resolution as presented, they haven't been terribly vocal, have they? To be quite honest, I mean, they're out there. They really are. Councillor Walker knows that they've been, you know, speaking to him in this community of this neighborhood here of Stayner. Councillor Deneen certainly knows about it in the Nottawa area. I'm, as a Nottawa resident, have been very aware that people have been communicating with us that they want to be able to use it, and they're being respectful. We don't see them on the road every other day, but it's sure interesting whenever you visit Creemore. You know, I've been down there in the evenings visiting people. My son lives in Creemore. And I'm surprised as hell to see an ATV go ripping by, you know, at like 11:30 at night, no lights on, can't tell if they got a helmet on or not. I just can't believe that people are doing this. And so to me, they're ruining a good thing because they're just being irresponsible in their behavior. And we simply don't have the enforcement to call them out. And so it's very frustrating. I would be hopeful that this community can recognize that we try to work together as neighbors and try to, you know, I don't like to center out Creemore for that one case of a bad driver, but it happens in all areas of our township. I'm sure it happens in New Lowell, and I'm sure it happens in Nottawa. Certainly, sometimes I've heard motorbikes go by in Nottawa where they're pretty loud as well, and that's quite irritating. And so I appreciate that. I'm really stuck on this whole idea that we have a responsible adult out there, and you know, the other thing is we're getting compared to everyone. Huronia West OPP patrol the 3 municipalities of Springwater, Wasaga Beach, and Clearview Township. And so those officers work in each of those areas, and they treat it as one big community. And it's something that I've tried is to work with our neighbors. I said that earlier. I'm very much in favor of working with our neighbors and being respectful of our neighbors. And so I think it's time that we did something that is, you know, where we do it together with our neighbors, and we bring forward a motion where we can have this type of activity regulated across the whole area. So Wasaga Beach, Springwater, and us. And that'll also allow access into the roads of Grey Highlands. And so to me, the responsible adults out there that want to do this activity will have the opportunity to do it. So it's been a very good discussion. I do want to put, Tom, you brought up your card again. I thought we've been around. I was giving my opportunity to say a few words. And so I appreciate that, Councillor Patterson, but I want to say a couple more things. Councillor McKechnie, you brought up a very good point about council asking for a public meeting. Nowhere in this motion does it say we're asking for a public meeting, so that it hasn't been asked. I'm asking, is there an ask for a public meeting? I'm asked. You brought it up, Councillor McKechnie, but I haven't seen the ask. So I'm asking, you know, we've done public consultation when we did the cannabis discussion in a public consultation period. We allowed people to bring forward their comments. They both emailed me as well as the mayor, and then the Ask the Mayor formula. We also, you know, have had public consultations about other aspects. We've had public meetings where we've had endless discussions about issues, but you know, this isn't in this motion, so you can't blame council or me or us for not doing the right thing. We're doing the right thing by, you know, following the procedures that are in front of us, and you know, it's how we do it right now. Now, lots of people have disappeared as well as people have joined us. The clerk has joined us, and I see Councillor Patterson would like to speak. So if you don't mind, Tom, we'll ask the clerk if she has something to say, and then we'll go to you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, when you mentioned about a public meeting, my ears kind of perked up a little. You know, with respect to wanting to hear from the public, I agree with that, but we do have to be cautious about the number of people that we're requesting to gather in one spot, because we are in unusual times right now. So if a public meeting were to be part of this resolution, I would ask for this to be deferred a little bit later, because we don't know exactly what we're going into come the fall with the second wave and any further restrictions that might ensue.
Well, you know, I thought about that too. And I do appreciate exactly what you're saying, that we cannot meet in the fashion that we're quite accustomed to at this time. But what we can do is we can ask our staff to prepare this information, to do the research, as the deputy director has indicated. He would want to speak to Wasaga Beach and Springwater and get some information, and then provide his both technical knowledge of some of our requirements of our roads, as well as meet the requests that's the council would have. We can then receive that, and we can then say we're going to take it to a public meeting at that point. Or, you know, if the council and the team or the towns are satisfied with the information that's received, then we can move ahead. I'm trying to lay out all the options. I'm sorry to be making this long and delayed, everybody, but you know, this is a big one. We got to all talk about it. So that's where I stand on it right now. Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. In fact, I think the clerk just said it in a more gentle way than I have. I did say earlier in this presentation that I didn't think it was appropriate to address this without public consultation, and that presentation should be in person. I'm obviously, in my statements, we're not in favor of going forward with this, so I'm not in the position to ask for a friendly amendment. I don't think the motion as you put forward is amendable. So the other thing I would say is that the very important issue that we kind of all dancing around is self-policing and the model. I've heard a number of ATV from the community say we want the same rights as snowmobilers, for example. But one of the things that they do is they have defined trails, and they do a lot of self-regulating, a lot of self-policing. Okay, and if they don't anymore, they should. And I think that's something that would start to ease, perhaps, some of the concerns because again, I do not think we should be relying on the eliciting of the help of the residents to inform the OPP to come to the site a half an hour, or 2 hours later and get a description of what happened. It goes nowhere. All right, and we know that. So we're not really addressing the issue of enforcement. Why we need a public meeting before and air this out is because we're not just talking about a recreational, we're talking about a very important part of our community. It's what the people in our community view as the lifestyle, the vision for their community. Okay, this is a big issue. You saw the earthquake just from an echo ad. All right, it should give us a clue that people want access to talk about this. And I've made the point before already that it's not their staff that should be given the burden to come up with a plan. It should be the ATV community to develop a plan we can look at. They can present it to a public meeting like every other developer does when they have, if we need townhouses, we don't say, hey, you know, let's put a plan together and ask a developer if they like our idea. They put it together. And the other thing about, and I want the people that will drive these machines responsibly, which they are, okay? I'll say 95% of the people that, and I don't know what the number is, are responsible. How many people feel comfortable if you've got an announcement that welcome to the flight 6277, we just want to let you know that our pilots are well trained. Only 5% of them are reckless. Okay, we're talking about something that can hurt a resident here. And we're saying, it's too bad we have the reckless ones, but we're going to let everyone else come in. And we're going to try to cope, knowing full well we can't cope with that recklessness. So I have not heard anything that wants me to even attempt at this time to amend this motion. I just don't see it going anywhere past this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And yes, I apologize. You did mention that about public meetings, and I appreciate that. And so my mistake. There's a lot of information going on here that I didn't hear you say that, but thank you. Councillor Broderick is in there. I see him wanting to speak. I just have another couple things I'd like to say too, John, if I can jump in, and that is that, I said it earlier, when we pass regulations, I like to see them, that they impact the entire community, that they're overall. I don't like the idea of doing piecemeal jobs across this community. The other thing is that, Councillor Patterson, you just brought it up. What's our vision for our community? Well, I can tell you this issue is very divided as what our vision is for this community. There are people in this community who absolutely see our community as being accessed by ATV, recreational riding, that they could drive their ATV to the food land and buy food and drive home again. There's also people that would be happy to jump in their ATV from out in the country and drive into Home Hardware and pick up some new stuff or whatever and drive back home again. There's people that have that vision and they see that. And why do they see that? Because other neighboring municipalities are doing that every single day. They're doing it all the time. And so that's why that vision is out there. Now, the other aspect though, is that there are a vision of people have in this community that they believe this is simply a recreational area or a retirement area. And they want to ride their bikes, or they want to have horses, or they want to, walk in trails and so on. I mean, those are, those activities can work together. And that's why this township is a unique, diverse community. We see it in our strategic plan. We see it in the housing structures that we're building. You mentioned developers. There's different styles. This whole township has different opinions from Blue Mountains to Base Borden. They totally have different opinions all the way around. And, we've done well in 25, 26 years to bring things together. I mean, you guys know, we did this 25th anniversary thing, and, it brought forward a whole lot of things that we've done really well. And this is one of those things that hasn't sort of settled yet. And so we need to get this settled in the eyes of the public. And it's not going to be settled here at 10 o'clock at night, in the middle of July. Like, we need to get some work done on this thing. And I believe it's time that we get some clear direction to our staff so that they have the opportunity to put together a bylaw. And then we have something in front of us that this council will then once again debate, and we can bring public commentary into it. I will be more than happy to call upon the public and write a directive saying we'll need public consultation on an issue. That's a prerogative that I could do. The point is that we as a municipality are still divided on many issues. We are a rural community. There's no doubt about it. I mentioned it to the treasurer earlier today. It's the single largest land use across Clearview Township. We talked about the highest taxes being paid by our commercial sector and our industrial sector, but the total volume of dollar value based on land value is still coming from the rural side of our community. And so it's a real challenge. We are trying desperately to bring this community together to make it one township of Clearview Township. And that's where I'm standing. I want to work with my neighbors, Springwater, Saga Beach, Grey Highlands, Agilatos. I want to work with my neighbors. That's what I want to do. I'm hopeful that they want to work with us, to be quite frank. Now, Mr. Broderick, you had your card up, so go ahead. And I recognize Burton as well. Mr. Broderick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had one point, and it's to Councillor Patterson's point. He keeps bringing up that he believes the ATV club should come back with a proposal. To me, that's like us suggesting that car clubs should suggest what roads cars should be allowed on, or four-wheel drive truck clubs should suggest what roads they should be allowed on. I just don't see the difference. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Burton. Oh, McKechnie, I'm sorry. I see you in there as well. Deputy Mayor Burton, then McKechnie.
With all due respect to your worship, I believe it's time to call the vote. We'll be here all night. I recommend we call the vote.
All right, I appreciate that. And yeah, I'm prepared to call the vote. I would like, I hope you appreciate, all of you, that I allow this conversation to go on because it is a very important issue. So
Okay.
I apologize if this is a lengthy meeting. I apologize if this is perhaps stressful. This is part of our responsibility that we're putting up, doing our best to represent our community and to follow through with a vision of making our community one community. So that's an evolving thing. Deputy Mayor Burton, I appreciate your comment. I am going to go to Councillor McKechnie because I acknowledged him first before you did that. And then Mr. Burton, I'll come back to you. Mr. McKechnie.
Oh, you'll be happy to hear, sir. Call the vote. That's what I was going to say too. Let's get on with it.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Mr. Burton, you have asked for call the vote and I'm in favor of that. Can I ask for all members of council to join us? I think Councillor Leishman is still there. Yes, she is. Councillor Deneen is there. All right. Madam Clerk, I've asked for this to be a recorded motion as well. So I think someone else mentioned it. I think it was McKechnie who mentioned it, but regardless. We have a motion on the floor. It's been amended through a friendly amendment. And so do you have any questions, Madam Clerk, about the motion as it's been presented?
No, I'm ready. I'm ready to call the roll call if you're ready, Your Worship.
Be fine. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Deneen. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Councillor McKechnie.
No.
Councillor Broderick.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Patterson.
No.
Councillor Leishman. Yes. Councillor Lamers.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Burton. No. Mayor Measures.
Yes.
Okay, and the vote is carried.
All right, thank you very much. Council, I want to extend my deep respect to all of you for participating, and my deep respect to those who have emailed us. I would expect, Council, we will continue to receive emails and continue to receive delegations, and so I'm going to do my best to answer as many of these questions as I can. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to see more of this. And so with your blessing, I will have a meeting with our CAO and our staff to outline what they will do to prepare this and any questions that they may have to bring this forward. And I'll report back to you as councillors as to anything about that. Ms. Deneen, Councillor Deneen.
I just thought of this now. If Deputy Mayor Burton, I'd like to know if they have people from my ward that has emailed him. I'm not privy to that. I'm just wondering if at all that could be forwarded to all of us as council. Just asking if that could be a consideration. Thank you.
Be happy to share any of my emails with anybody on council. Because I'm the one who put the ad in and used my email as the contact, so I'm happy to share them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm going to have to leave the family emergency to the hospital, so I'm going to have to vacate and leave right now.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you. All right, so council, on the point of receiving those emails, again, I want to just point out that that was completely council or deputy mayor's position to prepare that ad, and I thank him for doing that, obviously. And I also appreciate that he will share any of that information. I would encourage the public to understand that we do have a web portal that you can use that is accessible to council, and I can send it around. council@clearview.ca is the simple email that then all members of council receive it. Just as an interesting item for the public to understand, if they're still watching, council@clearview.ca is only received by members of council. There is nobody else in this building or part of this administration that has access to that email. So it's only the 9 members of council who are on that email list, council@clearview.ca. Council, item number 14 is the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting. Recommendation be it resolved, the bylaw number 20-54 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the July 27, 2020 council meeting be presented and read for second and third time. And finally, passed on this 27th day of July 2020. Mover seconder, Deneen. Seconder, Lamers. You've heard the motion. All those in favor? Thank you. And the motion carries. The motion to adjourn. Before I do motion to adjourn, I want to address a small item, and that is that our next council meeting is scheduled to be held in this format right here. And I have met with the emergency operations team for Clearview, and through the CAO and the clerk, we've discussed that at each subsequent council meeting, we as council will decide if we continue this format or if we go to a public in-house format. So the next meeting is in fact this format. At our next meeting, we are going to decide at every meeting how we're going to do it. So the clerk is working on an opportunity to do some changes to the township hall, the council chambers, and or as you know, we can move the meeting to the community center. There's a little more space there. And being that the community halls are actually available, we even could move to Brentwood, or sorry, I mean to Duntroon, because they have a pretty big hall there too. So there's a couple of options that will be played out for us as we decide how we continue to conduct our meetings. The next meeting will be in this very format right here, as I said. Is that clear with everybody? All right, thank you. Council, everything, thank you. Motion to adjourn, recommendation be it resolved, council meeting be adjourned at, holy hell, 10:15 p.m. Never thought I'd say that. Motion made by Councillor McKechnie and yes, no, Councillor Deneen and Councillor Broderick. All those in favor? Thank you, motion adjourned. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank all of our staff